Circle small period, fresh to death killing it, cashing out spinning it, 100 round extended clip, iced out spilling drip, purple and yellow take a sip, fly away and take a trip, pink slip for every whip. Circle small period, fresh to death killing it, cashing out spinning it, 100 round extended clip, iced out spilling drip, purple and yellow take a sip, fly away and take a trip, pink slip for every whip. Started in a rumor house, popular in Montgomery, that was back in 03, breaking down the whole beat. That's my nigga Roman, he'll tell you I'm a OG. That's my nigga Roman, he'll tell you what he sold me. I got what you need, 8 quarters, half an OZ. Out of space high, all day I'm in the nosebleed. 24/7, get the bag, count the proceeds. Said she ain't to please and she proceeds to get on both knees. Told her keep her pussy, all I want is deep throat bleed. Rolling up hot boxes, sweating to the OD. On an all-nighter full of road, getting no sleep. In and out of town on the road, paying 4 weeks. Plug with the plug, that deal price is so cheap. I got what you need, 8 quarters, half an OZ. Don't get tan hot as hell, watching for the police. See me in the streets, no nigga, you don't know me. Circle small period, fresh to death killing it, cashing out spinning it, 100 round extended clip, iced out spilling drip, purple and yellow take a sip, fly away and take a trip, pink slip for every whip. Circle small period, fresh to death killing it, cashing out spinning it, 100 round extended clip, iced out spilling drip, purple and yellow take a sip, fly away and take a trip, pink slip for every whip. I got the juice, bitch, I got the juice, flossing in a coupe, on the block, like my name JB, try me, I'ma shoot, riding for him, push a button, drop the top, I got no roof, back to back, I'm moving packs out, make them disappear like poof. I'm addicted to yellow diamonds, I'm frozen in every climate, smoking exclusive is useless, looking but never find it, foreign whip drip designer, 901 grit and grinding, thick serve like Angel Mama, the murder ain't where you find me, got no friends, got no consignments, can't fly just to change the climate, vacations on private islands, my feet keep back up reclining, bad bitch she from the islands, I fucked up for about an hour, pulled up and took a shower, drippy don't need no stylist, roll up smoking the loudest, known for something Italian, my shooters stay ready, no Memphis niggas they known for wildin', roll up smoking the loudest, known for something Italian, my shooters stay ready, no Memphis niggas they known for wildin'. Circle small period, fresh to death killing it, cashing out spinning it, 100 round extended clip, iced out spilling drip, purple and yellow take a sip, fly away and take a trip, pink slip for every whip. Circle small period, fresh to death killing it, cashing out spinning it, 100 round extended clip, iced out spilling drip, purple and yellow take a sip, fly away and take a trip, pink slip for every whip.
Hey, I'm keep back with my feet up in the trap. I'm doing me. I'm doing me. Hey, I'm keep back with my feet up in the trap. I'm doing me. Keep my distance from these suckers. I can't let them ruin me. Drug dealer, pimps and hustlers, they the ones influence me. 13 jumped off the porch with drugs is insurance. Hey, I'm keep back with my feet up. Keep back with my feet up. Keep back with my feet up in the trap. I'm doing me. Hey, I'm keep back with my feet up. Keep back with my feet up. Drug dealer, pimps and hustlers, they the ones influence me. Where the work nigga like a skinny dipping, no crossing, we did for the crucifixion. Told out, couple screws missing. Paranoid, believing superstition. No paper in the river fishing. Nigga pimps and hustlers, they the ones influence me. 13 jumped off the porch with drugs and influence me. Hey, yo, get back with my feet up, get back with my feet up. Get back with my feet up, in the trap I'm doing me. Hey, yo, get back with my feet up, get back with my feet up. Drug dealer, pimps and hustlers, they the ones influence me. Hey, yo, get back with my feet up, in the trap I'm doing me. Keep my distance from these suckers, I can't let them ruin me. Drug dealer, pimps and hustlers, they the ones influence me. 13 jumped off the porch with drugs and influence me. Hey, yo, get back with my feet up, get back with my feet up. Get back with my feet up, in the trap I'm doing me. Hey, yo, get back with my feet up, get back with my feet up. Drug dealer, pimps and hustlers, they the ones influence me.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on? Back. If y'all have noticed, Truth ain't been live the past couple of days. It's because she's on strike, like the Screen Actor Guild Award writers. She on strike because y'all didn't hit my cash app. So if y'all want her to go back live, damn it, y'all need to hit my cash app. I did work it out that she would show up over here, but she ain't gonna say nothing. But yeah, y'all want her to go live tomorrow. I know y'all been missing her. You gotta hit the cash app.
Y'all don't let
I'm just saying that's why she ain't been live the past 2 days. Y'all ain't saying the community posted nothing. She quit because y'all didn't hit my cash app. Y'all need to hit my cash app, damn it, if y'all want some truth.
I ain't know him. He ain't gonna be lying on me. He was talking about don't be hating on that man. Hey y'all.
She
Hey.
told her she fucking them a scam. She don't say nothing when everybody else be scamming, but I scammed. She want to say something.
Not the scam. So you can't be.
Why I can't scam like everybody else? Shit, he work for everybody. I want to scam too.
Just ask nicely for the people to hit the cash app trade. Don't scam. We already got enough titles.
It'll be okay. They ain't damn one of them titles stop nothing. We ain't going.
I know, right? Hey everybody, I miss y'all, and I will be back tomorrow, y'all. I'll be back.
She not. If y'all don't hit the cash app, she not. She gonna be gone until the writers come back off strike. I'm just saying, it's 3 zeros up there. It need to be it need to be 100 up there by the time the live end for her to come back. I'm just saying that's what she just texted me. Because I gotta split it with her. So like, yeah, we need to get to 100. Shout out to y'all with the feedback that said y'all enjoyed this last night.
Yeah, it was really good.
Not gonna hold y'all. I'm excited. I got a whole bunch of content I want to do for y'all, but I gotta finish this. So it's like 12 episodes. We did 4. Well, no, we're on 4. We did 3 last night. I'm not doing the Dr. York one because we already heard him. Boy, I got some stories. I got a whole bunch of stuff. Some strange news stories. The worst mayor in America. It's a whole nother Kanika Jenkins story going on. This lady came up missing in Memphis. Her friends came from out of town with her, and they got on the boat. They said she went to the bathroom, and they ain't see her no more. They said they got off the boat. They were like, we don't see her. We finna just drive back home to Covington. But then there's a whole bunch of witnesses said that after the boat had pulled up, they had seen her walking with people. So this is a whole bunch of confusion going on with this. This is a whole nother Kanika Jenkins. And then it's a whole little dispute. So it's like the girl that went to Mexico too. It was a little fight. Dispute, disturbance, fight, or whatever the fuck they want to call it, at the girl who came up missing house the day before. It's a whole argument at her house. Then she came to Memphis on a riverboat, and she was found in the river days later. Whole Kanika Jenkins going on. So yeah, it's just shit like that.
That's that Tamia person.
I don't know her name.
I think it's you gonna cover that.
I don't know. It may just be like a straight little news segment when I do the strange news, but I don't think I'm gonna do a deep dive on it.
That is really like another Well,
Shanquilla, it's like Shanquilla.
it's like both
But
of
now
them.
Shanquilla, we saw who killed her.
Yeah, but it's
Because I
sort of
mean, they're trying to say this woman fell over the boat, and like everybody saying, ain't no way in hell she could have fell off the damn
yeah,
boat.
it's sort of kind. It got some aspects from both of them. To be honest, it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, we got I got a whole bunch of shit. I got a shit ton of videos just sitting in ready. So I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna try not to rush it, even though I want to, because I want to get to the other shit. Because I'm like a little kid on Christmas, but we're gonna get through the cults. We're gonna get through it. Silly, stay out of trouble. Hey, order. And I don't know what you were saying with your title today. What feel the barrel? What I was watching and I seen you put a barrel on the screen. I don't know. I don't speak Curacao. I don't know what you going for in the title. It's okay though. You still stay game. Oh, I got an excellent. You said you coming back tomorrow, Truth.
That's the plan. Why? What's wrong?
What time?
I gotta come in the morning because I have not been doing my news. I gotta do my try to catch
Because
up on.
I got a great 6 hour upload that most of y'all ain't seen before. So it's gonna be good.
Oh, it's 6 hours. What
6 hours. Well, it was my introduction to Puppy Monkey Baby,
Oh
and
Lord.
then Huggy got roasted by Tommy for trying to be too cool.
What time you want to start it?
That's why I'm asking. Whenever you finish your live, that's why I was asking if you was going live. It's six
Oh,
hours.
I really gotta get up
Well,
early.
you know, you've been on strike, so I just prepared to have some long content for the day. They said it was dry to pay a couple days in the daytime.
Yeah. Uh. Okay.
That's
So
because
what I
y'all didn't hit the cash app. And see, the way it's looking right now, she ain't gonna go live tomorrow because it's still at zero. Got me
I
out
have
here looking like CMA and shit. Y'all don't care about me and True. The fuck?
please don't have no fit like he did. Don't have no fit. So don't do it. Don't do it. You know.
This motherfucking 4C gang ain't shit. They ain't hit the man GoFundMe. Fuck,
Okay.
what's wrong with these people? Gassed this man up, told him how to call CPS and everything, but you know what they didn't do? Help you get a place to stay.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mama. What is that true?
I thought he had a place to stay. So is he not in an apartment? Where is he at? I don't know.
He's at that nice group home that he said the people at the emergency room was gonna send him to. Hey, most boys.
Oh, okay. Well, he do got somewhere to stay. Then if he in a group home, he got somewhere to stay.
It's just not his.
No,
He
it's
got
not.
somewhere to stay. It's not his. And until y'all see him cooking and shit, he ain't at home.
Did somebody say he was frying some chicken somewhere?
That
Tony,
was a long time. That was a long time ago, and that shit happened one time.
I thought Tony said he was frying chicken somewhere.
That
He
was
saw
before he moved it to Heritage Manor. That was a long, long time ago.
oh, it was
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
that was a long, long time ago. That was before Heritage Manor.
You
When
know,
he
Tony.
tried to stunt like he was in somewhere.
He
Now it
just be
happened though.
lying. He thought he thought it was recent. I said,
But
well,
now this so like you ain't seen him cook no chicken since then. Like he
wow.
cooked twice this year. It was once before he got locked up in January. I think when he was arguing with his cousin over the crab legs. He got locked up, and then the chicken Jack Tony talking about. Other than that, he ain't did shit all year. He ain't doing nothing.
Wow. Y'all remember when he was in that family member's house? Cooked chicken. That didn't last long. I think the next day he was back outside.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
that's the one Tony remember. Talking about, hey, I got a house. Shit, nigga, you ain't even know where the pots and shit was in that motherfucker. How that's your shit? You don't know where you put your dishes. They still getting caught up blind. But yeah, Mike, you can come join our cult and just give us 100 G's, sir. Like it's gonna cost you 100,000. It's not non-negotiable. You ain't got 100,000, you can't be down with us. But yeah, you can come back for 100,000. Philly, that go for you too. 100,000, y'all could be there. Fucking all the ops. 100,000, y'all could be there. We can be bought. The irony of this is we know none of you motherfuckers got 100,000. So point is we ain't fucking with y'all. Fuck y'all. Unless y'all got some money. Y'all don't. So fuck y'all. All right. Episode 4. What is the name of this one? Yahweh Nation. Oh, Yahweh. This is Jewish.
Is under assault, and investigators say Miami Beach is under assault, and investigators say hooded killers are.
Don't forget, unless we get $100, Truth ain't going back live. Like she said, fuck this shit.
Responsible for all attacks.
She was in fear for her life. God was helping them kill their enemies.
I'm the black God. Only God.
To do what he did.
Oh no, this got to be a Hebrew Israelite. Because he said he the black God and he said Yahweh. Oh, well, black people prepare to be embarrassed.
And the way he did it, I personally believe that he was just plain evil.
If you don't love me, you're a snake.
He sent out the death angels.
I saw a hammer. He's just being pounded out on the floor. Still hear him breathing that sound of death.
Cut his head off.
We find a head and body pieces. They were sending a message with this killing.
The gruesomeness of it, I had never seen anything like that.
Are you some kind of fool? You can't kill God.
Counter that and say God can't kill the devil.
In the 1980s.
And that's also what bothers me about this all-powerful God. Blasphemy is almost up there with homosexuality to this God. When you hear people say stuff like that, you can't kill God, and he talk about himself, and he the only God and black God, and the real God just allowed this, he just gets to die natural death, and then God will handle him in hell. What better way to God show that he real and he existed to smite a blasphemer in his house? Nope, he let this guy get rich and fuck up people's lives and lead them astray and all types of shit just to punish him in the afterlife. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just fuck it. I hate to do this, but fuck it. All-knowing God created the world. He was wicked, flooded it, came back. The people didn't change. The people that remained were supposed to be, Abraham and them, good people. All the evil was supposed to be wiped out except for them. How did the world get back wicked? How did Sodom and Gomorrah get destroyed? So, like, even after the earth was flooded, evil still persisted. Like, to where Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, but the rest of the world, I guess, wasn't evil, so they kept going. But then the rest of the world got evil again to where he had to sacrifice his own son for everybody's sins. Like, does that sound like somebody that knows everything? Why would you? This doesn't sound like something that was planned out. This sounds like just making this shit up as we go. Well, I killed everybody twice. That didn't work. I'm gonna kill my son, and that'll not make the people stop sinning. But if they believe that he died for their sins, they'll be all right. Meanwhile, this guy here gets to fool a whole bunch of people that don't know no better. They just believe in God, and he's allowing them to get wealthy and all of that stuff. Just being blessed, cupboard running over, riches on earth, hand over fist, all that good shit. Heaven on earth, just whatever you want to call it. What's going on, Mike? It'd be a whole bunch of questions I'd be having. Just how is this shit here allowed to exist? I'm supposed to be scared of me sinning every day and being punished. Like I'm gonna be cursed in real life and in death. But then you got these people that's for sure evil and they being blessed like a motherfucker. They ain't being cursed unless you call going to jail being cursed. Anybody can go to jail. It ain't got to be for blaspheming God.
In the 1980s, the religious leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh is a respected and valued presence in Miami because of his efforts to clean up impoverished and violent communities.
He was a commanding presence, and he really struck a chord in the community.
What is your place in history?
The way he talked made you pay attention. Like you couldn't, he was captivating.
But behind his smiling benevolence, Yahweh Ben Yahweh.
You gotta try Claritin Snow Cone, Claritin. Or Mucinex. Mucinex got some good allergy medicine too.
Whose real name is Hulan Mitchell Jr., is a ruthless cult leader who rules his followers with violence and terror.
You have someone with that level of charisma and the ability to manipulate the media and the local politicians the way he was able to do. That's a dangerous combination.
What becomes a secret and brutal organization was once a source of inspiration for many young people in the Black community, including 19-year-old Khalil Amani.
I grew up in Carroll City, which is a northern part of Miami. It was predominantly white at the time, so we were like one of the first Black families.
Carroll City cartel.
I'm one of 5 children, and my mother, she was basically the head of the household. She did everything with us. She was a good mother, but her and my father had lots of issues. I was afraid of my father. I have no memories of doing anything with him. There's nothing there. About 1971, my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, and she would just get sick periodically through my high school years. In 1980, I was 19 years old. I attended junior college when my mom passed away.
The loss of Khalil's mom was devastating for him, and he had no real connection with his father. He felt very lost and alone. So he was really searching for a connection to something.
Khalil is now a young man adrift in Miami at a time when the city is plagued by violence, drugs, and racial tension. Those tensions turn violent when 4 white police officers are acquitted of beating a Black motorist to death, sparking deadly riots around Miami. In the mayhem that follows, 45-year-old Hulan Mitchell Jr. sees an opportunity.
Hulan used the anger that was brewing in the community because of the acquittal of the cops to build support for his own beliefs.
Among those who hear his message is 19-year-old Khalil.
I was kind of lost at that time. I didn't know what I wanted to do till I came across the literature regarding the nation of Yahweh. It talked about Black people being the chosen people of the world, the true Jews of the Bible. And then he begins to give scripture. Job 30:30. My skin is black upon me. Revelations chapter 1, it talks about Jesus having woolly hair like a Black person. And I don't really believe it until I actually get a Bible out to go verify it. After I read the literature, I just started feeling a sense of pride, because being Black in America, you naturally want to know where you come from, your identity. All you got in school was slavery and then Martin Luther King.
When Khalil attends his first class at the Joseph Caleb Center in Miami, he's shocked by what he finds.
There was all Black people. And then there was a guy that started teaching. He wore like a blue leisure suit. He had a small afro, light skin, full beard. He was very soft-spoken, but the way he talked made you pay attention.
The majority in America quiet.
The charismatic 45-year-old preacher was born Hulan Mitchell Jr. in Kingfisher, Oklahoma in 1935.
Hulan grew up in the 40s and 50s, and he experienced a lot of racial discrimination firsthand. And when he joined the civil rights movement, he saw the atrocities that were happening as people in his community were trying to achieve equal rights.
Hulan comes to believe that Black people need their own religion that reflects their power and their glory. In 1976, he moves to Miami and changes his name to Ak Moshe, meaning Brother Moses in Hebrew, starting a new religion, the Nation of Yahweh.
Ak Moshe would say, when you take this literature home and try to explain it to your family, they're going to tell you that you're brainwashed. He would then say, yes, indeed, I'm washing your brains clean of white supremacy.
Thought leaders want to speak to you and charge your emotions. But I'm not here to appeal to your emotions. I'm here to appeal to your intellect. So we're going to have an intellectual encounter today.
After the first meeting, he was headed in my direction. And sure enough, he stopped, shook my hand. And when I looked in his eyes, they were like different colors. And the Bible calls it a flame of fire. That's how I would describe his eyes.
Shortly after his introduction to the Nation of Yahweh, Khalil and his girlfriend started attending 3-hour classes twice a week.
Ak Moshe, he would come to us and just allow us to talk about our lives. I talked about my father relationship, how he was there, but not really there. He told us, your earthly father, he's nobody. Now you're my son. And of course, we would all cry because I never heard that from my father. Ak Moshe gave me that.
Ak Moshe was able to use the dysfunction that was happening in Khalil's family and the vulnerability and the loneliness that he felt to essentially hook him into the cult.
Church meant nothing, college meant nothing, all that was whitewashed. So within a semester, I was done with college. All I wanted to do was read the Bible and study the teachings of Ak Moshe.
June 1980, Khalil and his girlfriend, Mary.
I love my wife. She was the person I would confide in. She was my best friend. So I was very happy. I was very happy.
Within months, Khalil and his wife learn they're pregnant. But when they tell Ak Moshe, he insists that they give birth to the child at home and not at the hospital.
He didn't want us going to a hospital because he didn't want us to get vaccinated and birth certificates and social security numbers. And he didn't want the white man knowing how many of us there were. When my wife went into labor, I called Ak Moshe and he came right over, and there were probably maybe 5 or 6 other women. Ak Moshe had no medical training. None of the women had medical training that I know of. They were just learning from a handbook on how to be a midwife. And I just watched them deliver my daughter.
And you let them do this with your extra grown ass. You knew they had no training and they was getting it from a handbook, and you was like, well, what can go wrong? I'm sure they told you back in the day they had no training. I'm sure he said Adam didn't have no training when he delivered. What was them 2 niggas' names? Cain and Abel. Logic. I ain't trying to be funny. I ain't trying to be rude or nothing. But logic goes out the window when it comes to religion. Religious people can get away with a lot of shit that the average normal person couldn't get away with. Now, religion, a guy in the church can tell you, but that fucking hell can't even be no regular nigga. It got to be the pastor, the deacon, or something like that tell you God told me so. But if the 37th member of the choir come to you and said, God told me to bring your child over here, you're not going to do it. But if the pastor say, God told me to bring your child, you'll do it. So they use logic, kind of,
The logic just they use the logic for everybody else. It just go out the window when it comes to pastor. Pastor can get away with everything, but the nigga playing the piano can't tell you, like, God told me to bring your kid over here. Not gonna work. And he want me to give him organ lessons. So I'm like, he good. My baby don't like the organ. He like the drums, nigga.
I've been giving birth since the dawn of time, but to have this birth with people that have no medical training at all had to have been terrifying. Anything could have gone wrong in that moment.
He cut the cord, gave me the baby. Wow, she was just beautiful.
1 year after Khalil joins the community, the Nation of Yahweh has grown to more than 2.
The Georgia one may be the New Wappy and the Dr. York coat. In Georgia, that's where he left New York and went to Georgia. And I'm also starting to notice most of these cunts are in the South. You know, they call the South the Bible Belt, but most of them are in the South. Florida, the dude relocated to Arkansas. They come to the Bible Belt.
100 followers.
The money that was raised in Yahweh came from donations. It was never mandatory that we give, but people were giving tithes. Now people are giving their homes, cars, bank accounts. So the money is adding up.
With the money collected, Ak Moshe and the Nation of Yahweh buy an abandoned warehouse in December 1980. People call it the Temple of Love.
York.
In the Nation of Yahweh, we had carpenters, electricians, we had people that were actually skilled. So we just gutted the place out and we began to build, we call them offices, but they were really rooms that we were going to live in.
Because the building was in a commercial zone, the followers couldn't live there. So they built offices that they turned into bedrooms.
Where the Temple of Love was located was an area that is best described as impoverished. Their streets were filled with drug dealers. It was very unsafe, a lot of violent crime. The Yahweh temple moved in, and the followers dressed in white, they cleaned up the neighborhoods around there.
Once we got it renovated, we quit our jobs and we moved into the temple full time. There were probably about 40 to 50 full-time workers initially that lived in the building. We put together literature.
And more slave labor.
Pamphlets, and then we would take it out in the community and give it to
They
people.
wouldn't take their ass to Walmart and clock in for 50 hours for free. They just wouldn't do it.
By most accounts, life in the Temple of Love was good at the beginning. But as time went on, Ak Moshe tightened his grip to keep his followers in line.
The only time we had off was something called the Day of Atonement. It was a 24-hour period where we all stayed in our rooms and we fasted. Other than that, it was nonstop doing whatever you were told to do.
Ak Moshe mandated that the men in the temple participate in his security detail. He took security very seriously. He went and selected 10 of the most intimidating men and put them in charge of being his bodyguards.
The circle of 10 were Ak Moshe's personal bodyguards that he had around him wherever he went, and they each wielded stainless steel machetes.
At first, the threat of potential violence is enough to scare his followers and keep them in line. But soon, Ak Moshe displays his absolute authority by demanding that all his male followers undergo a gruesome proof of loyalty.
Ak Moshe made all the guys line up, drop our pants. He wanted to see who was circumcised and who was not.
What the fuck? Again, no regular nigga off the street could go up to some niggas and be like, hey, drop your pants. If you prove you loyal, you gonna let me circumcise you. Nobody would do this. They would shoot this man. They would kill this man.
In 1981, Moshe gathers his male followers in a brutal ritual that tests their loyalty.
Moshe made all the guys,
not for anything religious, just to test their loyalty. Sound familiar? Abraham testing you. Job testing you. He actually went through with it though.
line up and drop our pants. He wanted to see who was circumcised and who was not. Lucky for me, I was circumcised. Instead, I was part of the circumcision team.
Like, how do you even come up with some shit like that? To be like, what are you doing at night that you be like, you know what? I want these niggas to prove they loyal to me by letting me circumcise me. Like, what the fuck? How does this even come up in your head? And then the nigga telling this story, I was part of the circumcision team. He was a grown-ass man at this time. This is no child. This is a grown-ass man saying, well, I'm glad I was circumcised, so I ain't had to go through it. But what I did do, you know what I'm saying? I was part of the team. I held the scalpel. I held niggas down. He act like he proud of this part.
When it was your turn, lucky for me, I was circumcised. Instead, I was part of the circumcision team. When it was your turn, he squatted between your legs and pulled the skin and cut it. Grown men were crying. There was no pain meds.
It is crazy to think about what Moshe put those guys through in that circumcision ceremony. But it just shows the level of control he had over all of that.
Infection, all types of shit, bleeding.
Even as secret horrors unfold inside the temple, Moshe's message of black power is spreading across Miami. While some welcome him, he faces resistance from others.
Somebody came to the temple and he wasn't a member. And at the end of the class, where you could go to the mic and ask Moshe questions. So this guy gets up and he began to challenge Moshe's teachings. He starts ranting about Nation of Islam, and they had like a jousting of scripture.
Oh, you some kind of fool? You have to argue with the book when you come in my presence.
Moshe finally says, turn to Job chapter 1. Gird up now thy loins like a man. When he said that, the guy hit the floor like a rock, just boom.
It was a play. He said,
and we all fell back in amazement, like, what the hell just happened?
Yahweh is God, our black, nappy-headed God.
After this man had fallen to the floor, which likely was Moshe setting up an elaborate charade, his followers believed it was just more evidence that he was very special, and they were even more invested in what it was that he was teaching.
After the confrontation in the temple, Moshe began to insert himself more and more into his teachings, as if he was divine himself. And that caused a small group of followers to publicly doubt him.
Moshe started talking about there are hypocrites among us. Everybody who's in here is not a believer.
That makes you a liar and a hypocrite, a snake and a dog.
The leader of the group that Moshe called the hypocrites was a man named Carlton Carey. And Carlton felt that Moshe was seriously starting to take his teachings too far.
After 2 years in the Nation of Yahweh, Carlton Carey leaves in 1981 and takes his wife, Mildred Banks, his roommate, Aston Green, and 13 other followers to create a new Yahweh temple across town in Miami.
The idea that Moshe's...
Yeah, I'm sure he ended up being just as radical as the nigga he left. He just was like, shit, I see he able to do it. I could do it too. He left with 13 people and his wife.
followers were going to start their own Yahweh temple, a religion that he had brought into the area, infuriated him. The last thing that he wanted was competition.
Moshe began to teach strongly on what must happen to the hypocrite.
John 4:20 calls you a hypocrite, a snake. Kill it.
Then he must be killed. He talked about it. He was given instructions. But I didn't think it would come to fruition. I thought it was more hyperbole and sermon and preaching until Ashton Green showed up at our door.
On November 14th, 1981, Ashton Green comes back to the Temple of Love, demanding to speak with Moshe.
I happened to be on guard duty. I knew that Moshe was not on the premises. I went to find somebody else that could help me facilitate the situation. Just so happened that Enoch Israel was there.
Enoch was head of security for the temple, and he was Moshe's #1 bodyguard. He was this massive, intimidating man who was 6'5" and weighed approximately 300 pounds.
Enoch Israel.
He gathered 10 brothers in the building and went and confronted Ashton Green. And we walked him towards the very back of the temple. Enoch Israel says to me, "Go to the side door." They continue on back towards the loading dock. And I hear thumping noises. There's a scuffle going on. So my curiosity gets the best of me, so I leave my post. I creep around just enough to see what's going on. I saw a hammer hitting them.
How much y'all want to bet he ain't called the police?
He's just being pounded out on the floor. I've never seen any kind of beatings like that where people were actually trying to kill somebody. I get back to my post and realize that all that stuff that Moshe taught is real. As far as kill the hypocrites, now I'm scared.
He ain't run, he went back on post.
I get back to my post and realize that all that stuff that Moshe taught is real. As far as kill the hypocrites, now I'm scared. After maybe 10 minutes, they brought him by. He wasn't dead, but I could hear him breathing hard. Like somebody was drowning or something. Just that sound of death coming. Enoch pulled his car around and they put him in the trunk. And they got a machete, threw it in the back seat.
That's a challenge they just showed.
In 1981, under orders from cult leader Moshe, Nation of Yahweh security guards fatally attack his former follower, Ashton Green.
Based on talking to detectives, he was beaten up and taken out to the Everglades and beheaded with a machete. The gruesomeness of it, when you see the body of an individual in one area and his head in another area, I had never seen anything like that. Vicious folks.
The shocking brutality of the crime isn't the only thing that makes this murder so unusual.
Ordinarily, when you have a crime in which the body is dismembered, the torso would be separated from the hands, from the head, as a means of trying to prevent identification. Drug gangs would do hits like that. So this one looked different in the sense that this wasn't done to prevent identification of the body. It was obviously a murder where they were sending a message.
Back at the Temple of Love, the news of the murder is greeted with joy.
Moshe led his congregation in a celebration, explaining to them that God was helping them kill their enemies.
When Ashton Green was murdered, Carlton Carey and Mildred Banks, who were part of the group that left the temple, went to the police and gave a statement regarding their belief as to who committed the murder.
The guy that witnessed the murders, he still ain't bringing it. He left. He was in fear that he just didn't go. He went back to work.
When word gets...
I'd like to say most of the time when people snitch, they're scared. That's why they snitch. I guess he didn't think the police could protect him as soon as he left and said, look, I just witnessed this murder. He didn't think they could protect him, I guess.
Back to Akmoshe that Carlton and Mildred have pointed the finger at the nation of Yahweh. Akmoshe's vengeance is swift and deadly.
After they had come in to talk with Metro Dade homicide detectives, they were attacked at their home. Carlton Carey was killed and Mildred Banks was shot, and then she was hit with a machete. If the cut had been an inch closer, it would have severed her jugular and she wouldn't be here.
Mildred Banks barely survives the assault, but after extensive surgery and months of recuperation, she makes a full recovery.
I shot him. I remember maybe 2 shots ringing out and I screamed. I remember saying to myself, they're going to cut his head off.
The terror and horror that Mildred had to have felt after the attack is unimaginable. She was in fear for her life, and as soon as she was released from the hospital, she was immediately put into witness protection and her identity was changed.
After what happened to Ashton Green, Carlton Carey, and Mildred Banks, witnesses were scared to death to come forward. So
they filed like the missing person report and told, because the guy that said he was scared, they never reported. That would have been 3 people at the same time.
Bringing this case against him was an impossible task.
To his followers, Akmoshe seems immune to the consequences of his actions, and that solidifies his godlike persona. Just a few weeks after the murders, he gathers his followers to announce he is changing his name again.
He said, a lot of you all knew me as Akmoshe, but my real name is Yahweh.
I'd like to introduce myself to you. My name is Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Ben means the son of. So I am God, the son of God. I am the one the whole earth has been waiting on.
After he eliminated the threat of competition, he had the license to call himself the son of God.
So the real God is allowing this man to murder in his name and ain't stopping it. And he's allowing him to call himself Jesus and ain't stopping it.
God, and began referring to himself as Yahweh.
I can't blame the followers because he's blatantly doing shit that God says he will strike you down for. And this man ain't being struck down. So I don't blame the followers for saying, well, he must be right. He got a point.
And Yahweh. And with 2 murders and an attempted murder already having taken place, no one in his congregation was going to question him.
I know the beginning and the origins of all things, because I was here before the earth was.
And the more crime we got away with, the more it became evident that he was God.
The more crime we got away with, the more evident it was God. So he wasn't even scared no more after witnessing the killing. He just was down. He just called it we. Man, it's the same nigga that said he partook in circumcisions as if that was legal. that was perfectly normal in his mind, but the beating and the killing of somebody that he couldn't fathom that. I don't think he realized that these people could have, like I said, bled out from this non-sanctioned circumcision. They could have caught infections and died. All types of shit. All types of complications, and people could have died from this medical procedure. But yeah, nope. That was just fine with him.
In 1983, Khalil's wife gives birth to their second child, a boy.
Curious thing happened after that. He sent me to Newark to so-called start a church.
Khalil is among the second wave of 83 disciples that Yahweh ben Yahweh sends out to start new temples.
From the beginning, Yahweh ben Yahweh envisioned the nation of Yahweh growing and expanding all over the country. And by 1983, he was well on his way.
Went from being scared because he witnessed a murder to like, yeah, I'm finna start my own church.
He moved outside of Miami and had grown into many other cities around the country. He was growing his congregation from hundreds to thousands.
He sent me with nothing but a box of literature, no money, no place to stay. And he gave us these Bible verses about God taking care of the fowl of the air and the fish of the sea. And you're greater than them, so don't worry about it. Just go. When I got off in Newark, I was on my own. So I just began to beg for donations and pass out literature.
After a few months of
nobody else in his life could have just said, hey, pack up your shit, go to a whole new city with no money, just these Bible scriptures, and you'd be all right. Anybody else would have told him that, he'd be like, nigga, please. But because the man of God said it,
spreading the message of Yahweh, Khalil is able to build a sizable following.
I had probably 40, 50 people. I'm 23 years old in my own city. Thousands of dollars flowed through my hands.
The majority of the money that was collected at these temples was going to Yahweh ben Yahweh himself.
He was getting tens of thousands of dollars a month, and he was using that money to increase his real estate holdings, buying hotels, supermarkets, apartment buildings, even schools.
Most of it got to headquarters, but I spent some money on me. Oh, I went astray.
I was stealing from God. That's what he just told y'all. I was stealing from God because he, in his mind, Ben is God. He sent him out to start a church. The money was supposed to go back. He said some of the money went back to him, but I went astray. I started stealing from God, both of them. Didn't care about the consequences. He said, fuck hell. But all while running a church.
The world just opened up to me. I started seeing lots of beautiful women. Michael Jackson was out with Thriller. I think in '84, Prince came out with Purple Rain. And I was going to these movies and watching this stuff and going, these people are living. And this is what I'm doing. After living a year of basic freedom, now I've tasted what life has to offer.
Despite the temptations, in 1984, Khalil returns to the Temple of Love in Miami, only to discover his relationship with his wife has changed.
I couldn't touch her. I couldn't even talk to her. I realized that there's something going on. Yahweh ben Yahweh did not look at me like he used to. Now he would walk by me. There was a coldness about it. I never stopped believing that Yahweh ben Yahweh is God. So when he started rejecting me, I felt like my dad doesn't love me no more. My wife doesn't love me no more. I felt terrible.
In 1985, Yahweh ben Yahweh implements a quota system, forcing his followers to go into the community and collect $10 daily. If followers fail to achieve this, they face harsh consequences.
You made the cafeteria into this room, and you call it the room of understanding, where you went to get punished for not meeting your quota. Basically, you're on a concrete floor with a thin layer of carpet across it. You were made to kneel down on your knees and keep your back straight for 4 or 5 hours. In that room, there was also guards with sticks that made sure you stayed like you're supposed to be.
Being forced to kneel for extended periods of time is a common form of torture in many third world countries. It's a way to force submission from his followers without showing any visible signs of abuse.
One evening, I had literature, maybe a t-shirt, some cups. I knew I could have made the money. I just didn't care. And I knew what the punishment was going to be. Rule of understanding. At first, you go on your knees, you don't think nothing of it. Then 15 minutes, you are writhing in pain. People were crying. People were getting hit with sticks because they did fall over. I needed a reason to finally get out. And I think the rule of understanding was the straw that broke the camel's back.
The torture had a huge effect on Khalil, but not the way Yahweh ben Yahweh wanted. It lifted the fog from Khalil's eyes, and he saw Yahweh ben Yahweh for what he really was.
In that moment, on my knees, I started questioning Yahweh ben Yahweh's whole God concept, that he was divine. Wait a minute, if you're going to do this to me, then maybe, just maybe, you're not God. Now I'm having a feeling that maybe this is a cult. That's when my greatest epiphany was, you're out of here. My wife, I knew she wasn't leaving. We weren't even talking. I'd figure out down the road how I was going to get my kids, but for the time being, I knew they were going to be okay with her in the temple, but I just had to go. I was scared to do it, but I knew it had to be done. I walked up to my wife, I kissed my daughter and hugged her. I told my wife, I'm leaving, please don't say nothing, give me about a half-hour head start. She said, okay, and I just took off running.
In 1985, after spending several torturous hours on his knees, Khalil Amani escapes the murderous cult of Yahweh ben Yahweh.
I feel like I'm running away from the devil. And as I ran, I snatched off my head wrap. I found an abandoned car, and I stayed in that car that night. And I just cried, just ashamed of who I was.
After being in the cult for 5 years, Khalil had lost touch with everyone in the outside world. It must have been an incredibly lonely and terrifying time for him.
Next morning, I called my old phone number, and sure enough, my brother answered. My brother came and got me. He took me to my dad's house. My dad, he hadn't changed. He was the same bitter, mean-spirited, unaffectionate man. He just said, you could stay till you get on your feet. And I said, thank you, and that was it.
Well, sir, if he said you could stay, it doesn't sound like he was mean-spirited and evil and all of that. He said you could stay.
In the months that follow, Khalil,
spirited, unaffectionate man, my brother answered.
He don't mention his mama at all, but as soon as he mentioned his dad, he got something bad to say.
Brother came and got me. He took me to my dad's house. My dad, he hadn't changed. He was the same bitter, mean-spirited, unaffectionate man. He just said, you could stay till you get on your feet. I said, thank you. And
so the nigga that killed somebody wasn't mean-spirited. You stayed there with him. But it wasn't until he had you on your knees that that was too much. Him killing somebody wasn't too much. You being punished on your knees, that did it for you, not somebody else being killed. He wasn't mean-spirited. Your dad was. I don't think you got no stories of your daddy killing nobody, sir. But you classified him as mean-spirited. You're a simp, sir.
That was it.
In the months that follow, Khalil begins to connect with other former members of the Nation of Yahweh. Together, they begin to realize just how deeply they've been deceived.
We all have a piece of this puzzle. One of the girls would tell us what was going on in the midwife class.
Once a week, Yahweh ben Yahweh would get the women in the temple together for what he called midwife classes. None of the men were allowed in these meetings, and everything that was happening behind closed doors was a very closely held secret.
It went from doing exams on each other to women putting their mouths on another woman's vagina to give CPR to the unborn child. Yahweh ben Yahweh would also allow some of these women to perform oral sex on him during class. He would add
he didn't have to state it, E. Brooks. He stated it when he said that he got back. His wife wasn't talking to him, and the pastor wasn't speaking to him like he used to and like he was the top earner. He was looking at him sideways like a nigga that was fucking his bitch. You know how we're looking at cheese. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna push play.
So you got to love me. If you don't love me, you are a lying hypocrite.
I told y'all truth is on strike. She ain't saying nothing. Y'all ain't hit the cash yet.
I knew that it's time for somebody to say something. So I walked into the FBI building downtown Miami.
Who developed the real?
You ain't know he was doing all this fuck shit. You decided to leave your kid there. And you said you knew your wife wasn't leaving. You didn't try to talk to your wife and ask for the kids. When you said, give me a head start, you didn't say, let me take my kids. You didn't think about that at all. It wasn't until you left and then you heard stories about what was going on that you decided to call the police. Again, all this shit was going on when you were gone and while you were there. He was killing people while you weren't there. I don't like the midwife classes didn't start when you were gone, sir. You said they had midwives deliver your first child, and you said they was reading that handbook, so he had been doing this shit.
A good relationship based on the information he provided. He was able to convince me that he wanted to cooperate.
He cared about his kids so much he left them motherfuckers. And he would have been gone from them until he said he heard stories that dude was molesting them. Then he decided to be like, let me call the police. Why didn't you take him with you in the first place? Again, if this nigga was willing to kill, and fucking he ain't even killed. Y'all security team killed for him. But he was given the green light. You didn't think anything else was beneath him? Like he wouldn't do nothing else?
Amazingly enough, they had already been trying to figure this out, but they had nobody on the inside until I stepped up and told them what I knew.
With Khalil's help, the FBI begins to build a case against Yahweh Ben Yahweh. But given the cult's history of deadly violence, the investigators are careful to keep their efforts under wraps.
Yahweh continued to reign terror in the neighborhoods around Miami in his quest to expand his cult.
Part of Yahweh Ben Yahweh's strategy to achieve legitimacy with the public was to buy up these drug-riddled, dilapidated apartment buildings around Miami and the suburbs, and then clean them up.
Any of the neighborhoods that pushed back or refused to allow the Yahweh followers in faced harsh retribution.
The residents regarded them with a great deal of fear, but oddly enough, the political establishment in Miami, I don't think, did regard them with fear, because they weren't aware of what was really going on underneath the surface. So
the amount of ancient mamas in these cults is alarming.
over time, they came to accept him as a wonderful member of the community.
We have a promised land sitting in Miami. It's our gift forever.
In 1986, Yahweh Ben Yahweh purchases an occupied apartment complex in Opa-locka, Florida, and immediately begins throwing tenants out of their homes.
After paying nearly $500,000 for the complex, the Yahweh want everybody out. We don't have no place to go. What's
God.
The contracts on those buildings were signed. The Yahweh Ben Yahweh followers went right in. They threw all the existing residents out. No advance notice. They showed no mercy.
Anthony Brown went to the Yahweh's truck and got his refrigerator back.
Anthony Brown was very vocal about his opposition.
I'm gonna stay here until I get an eviction notice. I don't care what they say. I do, because they ain't going in. Just simple as that.
Later that night, death angels showed up.
The death angels are the ones that Yahweh Ben Yahweh sent out to commit most of the crimes. To do what he did and the way.
So he didn't copy the Bible. And now the Bible had an angel of death, the one that came to Egypt and killed all the kids. Firstborns, if you didn't have an X on your house of blood. I don't know how this angel of death spirit recognized the animal blood, but fuck it. I don't know why all them animals needed to die to know who the firstborn was when he was plugged in with God, and God could have just like put all that information in his head. But thousands of animals needed to die so X's could be put above doors in blood to let you know that now we good. But that's neither here nor there.
He did it. I personally believe that he was just plain evil.
Oh, yeah, he implemented angels of death, whole bunch of them. He mimicked in the Bible. Can one really be mad at him when he's literally mimicking the shit that he sees and reads in the Bible? This book that we say is the word of God, so it's supposed to be true. just mimicking what God did. Can you really be mad at him? See, this is the paradox, people. I'm putting that question on y'all. Yeah, y'all got to ask you. Y'all really be mad at him? Because but how do you know they false prophets though? Everybody human, everybody fuck up. How do you know which ones are false prophets and which ones aren't? Because it seems like the false prophets don't get punished in real time for people to recognize that they're false prophets.
The victims, Rudolph Broussard and Anthony Brown, were found shot several times. Brown was heard pleading for his life as he tried to escape. Metro Day police found this unidentified man hiding in a field close by. He was wearing the familiar white turban worn by Yahweh members.
Robert Rozier ended up being arrested. Rozier was a Yahweh part of the inner circle, but we still couldn't get Yahweh ben Yahweh.
These men aren't Yahweh followers who broke a rule or strayed from the path. They are outsiders, and their murder sends a chilling message. Yahweh ben Yahweh will not tolerate anyone who stands in his way.
Killing, even though he believed that thou shalt not kill is a sin, but then he also thinks he's God. So he at this point, he doesn't fear hell or anything.
After the double murder at the Opelika apartment complex, committed by Robert Rozier, a Yahweh follower, Yahweh ben Yahweh launched...
I'm going to be honest. Well, I can't say honest. This is just my personal opinion. I think 95% of pastors are like me. When I say like me, I mean they don't believe. They know it's a bunch of shit. But they also know it's a hustle because most of them are ex-cons and pimps and players and street niggas and things of that nature. So they play on it. I just choose not to. People tell me all the time and to this day, oh boy, God, I got to call him for you. You know the word, you could preach. Yeah, I could, but I would be like, I wouldn't believe it. It would be a hustle for me. I just choose not to. But it would be really, really easy to do.
...is a successful publicity campaign to clean up the image of his cult.
Yahweh ben Yahweh, smart man that he is.
Don't forget y'all had Pastor Mace. Mace went from skeeting in bitches' faces to being a pastor to now he back skeeting in bitches' faces and doing a podcast talking shit and saying pause and remembering all his good times as a rapper. And don't forget Pastor MC Hammer, Pastor Dion. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. The gospel rappers and that's what I'm saying.
Understood the concept of public relations. So he attempted to remake the image of the Temple of Love after what had happened at Opelika. He had audiences with all kinds of politicians. Look how we're cleaning up these blighted areas. Look at what we're teaching the children. Look at what the principles are.
He gained so much attention and notoriety that the mayor of...
I got to stop telling you. You said God did not murder kids. God flooded the earth. You don't think there were any kids on the earth when he destroyed it? You don't think there were any kids in Sodom and Gomorrah when he destroyed it? It was just women. Like when he had the people march around Jericho and the walls fell and they invaded, you don't think kids involved. Okay, Tanya, I got one even better. The angel of death, when he came and killed the firstborn son of all the Egyptians, you don't think there was no kids involved? You think all the firstborn sons were adults? You got to stop. Oh, I'll even give you one. So yeah, it was kids fucking with one of God's prophets. They was calling him Baldy. You know what those kids' punishment was? Because they was laughing at a prophet of God. They got mauled by 42 bears. This is in the Bible. I stopped. Said he ain't murdered no kids. He told Abraham to put his son on the altar. Abraham was sliding the sword down, about to kill his son, and God said, I was just bullshitting. He play all the time. No, M meant mole. What the hell is MOL?
Miami gave him a key to the city. And actually, October 7th of 1990 was declared Yahweh ben Yahweh Day.
I believe that Yahweh ben Yahweh thought that if he gained enough legitimacy in the community, that all of this stuff would be swept away and he wouldn't have to answer for it.
Praise Yahweh.
Although Yahweh ben Yahweh was getting all this great attention, the publicity surrounding the Opalaka murders was a weight around his neck. To distance himself from it all, he publicly excommunicated Robert Rosier from the nation of Yahweh.
But that decision...
Oh, my bad. It was a great reign anyway. It needed to be said. It was a great reign.
Proved to be his undoing.
By excommunicating Robert Rosier, he gave us a gift. Rosier started talking. And in the end, he had a lot to say. He admitted to killing 7 people. He said that 6 were for Yahweh ben Yahweh and 1 was for himself. We came to learn very quickly that this is an organization whose leadership made millions of dollars. And they used murder, extortion, arson in order to keep people in line.
One for myself.
And at the top of it all, there's Yahweh ben Yahweh. We knew that his arrest was going to be extremely dangerous.
On November 7th, 1990, the FBI surrounds the Monteleone Hotel in New Orleans, where Yahweh ben Yahweh is staying with heavily armed bodyguards.
The special agent in charge was thinking of assaulting the place with the SWAT team, but it could have ended up in injuries to innocent individuals. And I told the special agent in charge that I could talk Yahweh ben Yahweh into giving himself up.
Why didn't y'all just wait until he came outside? Like, y'all knew where the fuck he was. Just wait till he comes outside. That way you minimize the risk of innocent people, because as soon as he come outside, you got him. And seeing as how y'all are outside and he don't know y'all are there, y'all can actually block streets off and shit without him knowing. So there would be nobody walking in, no innocent people, except for the ones in the hotel. And then you could actually tip the people at the front desk. They know who he's with. 10 bodyguards, the black people. Just black. Anybody that ain't black, tell them to go back to their room, don't come out. Minimize the risk of people. You have to call and have a negotiation. Y'all just wasn't gonna be patient. Fucking police.
I called the room and I said, this is her cousins from the FBI. I want you to follow my instructions to the letter.
One by one.
I almost gave him credit because it took them damn near 35 minutes to say he was starting to mess with kids. The other ones, they let you know off top that's what they was doing. So this is the 4th one where all the men of God decided it was okay to mess with kids, and they all used biblical scripture to justify it in modern times. But then I tell you the Old Testament, that's invalid. They only go by the New Testament. But the shit y'all using about the women, that's in the Old Testament.
Yahweh ben Yahweh's bodyguards are forced to disarm and surrender, leaving the cult leader alone in his room.
Then I told him, now I want you.
God sees everything. He's actually watching these men use his name to violate these kids. And then you'll have some dumb motherfucker be like, God allowed me to be molested to tell my story. He used me for a greater purpose. I don't get that. He got the power to strike niggas down like that. And the nigga that's blaspheming you, the false prophet, lying, making millions of dollars off of you, breaking followers in, is allowed to violate kids and kill, and he just, you don't intervene, it takes the law. All the babies that just die mysteriously from sudden infant death syndrome, they just 2-3 months old and they sleep, they just dead. But these grown men, I just don't get it. I just don't.
To come out with your hands up. He walked out, and that's when I put the cuffs on him. And that in itself felt great. In my mind, it was like, finally. What?
I think the only one we're on number 4. The only person that's dead is Jim Jones, and that's because he killed himself. God still hasn't taken any of these people out. But innocent kids die all day, every day. Babies die of cancer and shit. But people that did everything that he says, like, it's the worst and you'll die for, they just in jail still living it up. Yeah, they probably still in jail preaching.
We arrested him. He was a totally different person. You see the true character coming out. He was nervous. He was shaking.
Once Yahweh Ben Yahweh is arrested, the FBI coordinates a multi-city sting operation to arrest Yahweh members suspected of committing crimes.
SWAT teams stormed the front door of the Yahweh's Temple of Love. The 13 Yahweh.
Oh, Jim Jones didn't kill himself. I thought he drank the Kool-Aid.
Yahweh's arrested are charged with murders, firebombing attack, and extortion.
Yeah, I don't think they said how he died in this documentary we watched last night. I don't think they said how he died. I thought he drank the Kool-Aid with everybody else.
It dates back to the early 1980s.
The day they arrested Yahweh Ben Yahweh, I was relieved that finally 6 years of working for the government is paid off. And ultimately, I was able to get my children. I was very happy.
Yahweh Ben Yahweh and 15 of his followers are indicted on 14 counts of murder, 2 attempted murders, racketeering, arson, and extortion.
Just a month after Yahweh Ben Yahweh was given a key to the city, he was brought up on multiple charges. It was this tremendous fall from grace.
I was the first witness to testify at the trial. I had not seen Yahweh Ben Yahweh face to face in a couple of years. Looking eye to eye in that courtroom was terrifying, but I knew it had to be done.
After Khalil testifies in the trial, he receives threats on his life and is placed in witness protection. He takes his kids to live with him in Nebraska. His wife.
Also, a more important question I have to ask is, he believed in God all this time. Why did God put him through all of that? The whole cult, the being away from his kids, his wife being fucked by God, the Son of God, him stealing from God, the Son of God, and the real God. Why was he put through all of that to work for the government for 6 years to bring him down? What did he do wrong that God led him to this false prophet and put him, his wife, and his kids at risk. What did he do?
Remains in Miami, and she and Khalil cut all ties.
92, Yahweh Ben and 6 followers were found guilty. Yahweh Ben was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder. So they ain't even get him with no murders. He was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and sentenced to 18 years. I bet Young Thug wished this would work out for him in his RICO case. He looking at life. He was paroled after serving 11 years. So he had an 18-year sentence. He served 11. He got out. But he wasn't actually found guilty of killing anyone. It was conspiracy because, you know, he preached the scripture that said do it, but he actually never killed anyone himself, or he never, apparently, because if he actually gave the word and they could prove that he gave the word, he would have been charged with murder. So they just said conspiracy because he was the head of the organization. I feel like nothing went on without you. But this is one of them times be like, was justice served? All the fucked up shit he did. Now they didn't even mention apparently they couldn't prove any of the kid stuff that he was alleged to do, because he was only found guilty of conspiracy. He did 11 of an 18-year sentence. Was justice served? It was.
Would ask Ashton Green's mother and Mildred Banks what they think. I'm pretty sure that they would feel that 18 years out in 11 is not adequate for what he did.
18 years to me was not enough, but that's our system, and so I accepted it. But I'm glad we did what we did, because can you imagine if this group had been able to continue, how many other...
It would be very, very interesting to see what this guy is up to now. Let's see, 92, 02, he got out in 03, paroled in 03. So it's been 20 years later. I bet he back preaching. Because there's no stipulation that says he can't preach anymore.
People may have been murdered.
On September 26, 2001, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is released from prison. On May 9, 2007, at the age of 71, he dies from prostate cancer.
Oh, he died.
Don't confuse me with anybody. I'm the king of Israel.
On May 9, 2007, at the age of 7,
people may have been murdered.
On September 26, 2001, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is released from prison. On May 9, 2007.
2001, I thought I said in 92, he was convicted. And in 92 plus 10 is 02 plus 1, 03. They said he got out in 2001. Like, what the fuck is up with their math? So he got to live free for 6 years. He was out here for 6 years, and then he died of cancer, prostate cancer. You think that so many people in the Bible had much more horrible deaths than this, and then they did far less shit than what he did in the name of God.
At the age of 71, he dies from prostate cancer.
Don't confuse me with anybody. I'm the king of Israel. The black God. The only God.
The only God.
After 30 years, I still feel the effects of Yahweh Ben Yahweh and the cults. There's not a week.
You should, nigga, because you was a simp. And the only reason you got mad is because he was fucking your bitch. If he wasn't fucking your bitch, you would still be down with whatever the fuck he had going on. Hey, he still been cool with you and your wife was speaking to you when you came back, or she was allowed to go with you when you started your own church, nigga, we wouldn't hear this. You was like the head whistleblower. Yeah, you said you was the only person from the inside that they had. They had complaints, but there's nobody on the inside that could help. And it took you 6 years. That's how mad you was that he fucked your bitch.
That goes by. I don't think about it. I don't dream about it, but I don't have a nightmare.
Nigga, you willingly circumcised men. Nigga, you knew they was finna whoop this man when you was the first one that Bruce came and said, hey, I want to see Yahweh Ben. You said you knew he wasn't there. And instead of you saying, hey, bro, he ain't here, and sending him away, you went and got the head of security who went and rounded up 10 niggas, and he told you, hey, go watch the side door. And you didn't know what was going on. Like, you know worse than him. I mean, you're no better than him. You're just as worse or as bad as he is. You don't get a pass just because you snitch. And the only reason you snitch is because he fucked your bitch. It wasn't because your conscience made you feel bad or any of that. It was actually because you felt entitled and you was like, I know I ain't going to get punished as much. Because keep in mind, he said, it was $10 a day. He said, I had shirts, I had literature, I had DVDs, all this shit. I could have made them $10. I just didn't care. Because he felt like, shit, you sent me to run my own church. I done brought plenty of money. If you a nigga, I know you ain't going to punish me. And then when he got punished, he was like, oh, shit. And you fucking my bitch? But that wasn't enough to make him go to the police. Nope. He just left his kids and his wife, and he was cool until he heard about midwife classes and shit. Then he got worried about his kids. Niggas ain't shit. Like, he's supposed to be held as a hero, and he was complicit to this shit all the way through. Only reason he told is because his bitch was fucking the pastor. What does it say? At its height, the nation of Yahweh had approximately 20,000 followers spread across 45 cities. That's really not that big compared to these mega churches. I know the Temple of Deliverance seats 18 to 20,000. You said one church in Memphis, Bishop G.E. Patterson had it seats up to 20,000. So he just had 20,000 followers, and it's not much. But this was in the 90s. Its assets were estimated to be as much as $250 million. Today, the nation of Yahweh's wealth of membership and participated, it is still unknown if it exists. Praise Yahweh. See it. The next one is called Army of God.
There's going to be a lot of foolish children burning forever because they refuse God in their lives. And you will burn.
Appalling allegations against a New Mexico-based religious group.
We were wanting to be God's army.
They believed she was the prophet.
Yes, she has the gift of prophecy.
And no one dared to question her.
God, according to her, was such a vindictive, hard God. I began to get afraid
they just became more and more regimented.
This child wound up dying. Nobody did anything.
It was like a light flashing in your face. What am I doing?
It's just tragic that it has gone this far.
In August 2017, the Cibola County Sheriff's Department raided
2017. You make this shit is still going on in modern times.
the compound of an extremist religious group in a remote town in New Mexico, the Aggressive Christianity Missions Training Corps.
That's good. That's good.
The leaders are arrested on multiple charges, including kidnapping and negligent abuse resulting in death.
Deborah, go ahead and stand up for me. Could we ask what this is about?
I mean, to look at the Greens, you'd think that they're, kindly grandparents, but appearances can be deceiving. They believe they're doing God's work on earth as part of his holy army. For 3 decades, they were controlling, abusive, manipulative. They were general.
God got an angel of death. It's humans to be part of his army.
Of an army that didn't take no for an answer, really.
We believe that Deborah was the prophet and she would receive the direct word from God. And anybody that did not obey that 100% would be endangering themselves of hellfire.
God, according to her, was such a vindictive, hard God. She kind of terrified me.
Deborah, who changed her name from Lila, probably believes that everything she's done was ordained by God, but somewhere along the way, she and Jim went off the rails.
What's ending in charge?
Tell you, it's hard to be aware of false prophets when you ain't supposed to question God or a man of God, because you ain't supposed to use your common sense when they tell you some outlandish shit. Otherwise, you questioning the prophet and God gonna punish you for not believing. It's just actually hard to be aware of them. Really don't know, because you can't question God. And you can't question the people that he sent. Otherwise, you fucked up. So, I mean, where's the paradigm? Like, what are we supposed to do here? I don't get it.
Of extreme abuse and death starts 47 years ago as an idealistic movement to create a loving community in Christ.
In 1971, Jim and Lila Green were living on a remote commune in California called the Bear Tribe. The lifestyle was all about living off the land, and it brought together hippies and wanderers looking for something to belong to.
I kind of lost my best friend because she was heartbroken when I told her I was an atheist, because she just knew I was going to be a preacher and all of that shit. And she I lost my best friend. She will not talk to me. I ain't never done nothing to her other than tell her I don't believe in God. I ain't never tried to change her beliefs or nothing. And she just stopped fucking with me.
Among those living at the Bear Tribe is 22-year-old Mara Schmierer.
I was young.
Keep in mind, this is my best friend. He did all types of righteous shit right before she went to church. And what I did was too far. We did a whole bunch of fuck shit. What I did was too far by not believing. All the other shit that just happened, just nope, it's okay.
Naive woman who just wanted to experience life, and there was something about the way Lila carried herself.
Six, all types of fuck shit. She can do that, but me believing it's just too far. I never judged her for the shit she did.
Almost like she knew something that other people didn't know.
Mara was really drawn to Lila, and she watched as Lila and Jim grew increasingly interested in Christianity.
She and Jim claimed that they found Christ and they wanted to live their life for Jesus Christ.
Tanya, you're not supposed to lean on your own understanding, ma'am. This is the Bible. Again, I feel you, but the scriptures say you ain't supposed to lean on your own understanding, man. It's just not. And then if you go too far with that, they're just gonna tell you can't never understand the ways of God. Stop trying. Study more. I feel you though.
The Christian group. Meanwhile, Mara stays in California, gets married, and starts a family.
I know, Duchess, that's why I revel in my assignment, as they say, because I get to show every day that I'm an atheist, I'm not satanic, and I don't do most of the shit that these God-fearing people do. That they supposed to fear God and hell, and the shit that they do is supposed to like send them to hell. And they act way worse than me. Now, I'm not saying I'm perfect and I don't do my fucked up shit, but I don't do most of the shit these people do, and they believe in a God. Like all the shit they do, you would expect a nigga like me to do, because I don't fear no consequences. Like them saying on God, knowing they lying. They're supposed to fear shit like that. They don't.
6 years later, when the commune finally breaks up, she and her husband Steve.
Tanya, there is no free will if everything is written in the book of life. If he already know what you're gonna do, there is no free will. It's not. And if the free will comes with my way or go to hell, there's still not a free will, because most logical people are going to not choose hell where your skin is boiled off in a lake of fire.
Moved to the small mountain town of French Gulch, California.
We had 3 children. We were looking for new community. We were looking for purpose. And I didn't expect hearing from Lila, but I got a letter from her one day.
I tell you, I definitely disagree with that statement there. Like, it's normal. It's a lot of wealthy people in churches that ain't got none of them problems. They doctors, lawyers, all of that shit. So I disagree with that statement that they mentally ill people. No, they're just people that believe.
Mara is excited to hear from her old friends after so many years. But when the Greens come for a visit,
there's too many religious people in the world from the big 3 religions to say that they all are mentally ill and drug addicted. It's just not the case.
things quickly take a bizarre turn.
Deion Sanders isn't mentally ill. He's drug addicted to anything, but every time you see him live, every time he make a statement, he gonna let you know about the God he served. He's mentally ill or any of that. He just believes.
Lila came into our cabin and she curled up on the floor and started screaming like a woman in labor. Jim told me that she was birthing children into God's kingdom. I thought that was kind of bizarre. But right before they left, they told my husband that he had a demon of rebellion. And so they wanted to cast that demon out.
A demon of rebellion?
They put their hand.
Why would that even be a demon? A rebellious demon? Like, why would that even be a... Never mind.
On him, and he fell to the floor, withering around like a snake, and I've never seen anything like this before. And this is my husband, who I'm thinking is credible.
There's really no way of knowing what Steve was going.
It's profit.
Stop and tell you, we all judge people. We judge CMA on a daily because he's a homeless crackhead. It's just what humans do. It doesn't make you bad, but yeah, we judge people every day. Hell, if you're on a jury, you judge people. Hell, a judge people. It happens. Humans do it.
Anything like this before. And this is my husband.
If you've ever voted for president or alderman or mayor, you've judged people because you got to pick one person after the next. That's going to be one of the things that I'm going to go through with y'all too. We're going to go through this Republican debate that they had. I don't think the DNC has started yet, but this is debate number 2, and we're going to get into all the stupid shit that was said by all the parties. They was cutthroat with each other. They was slinging mud, and they was all mad that Trump wasn't there because Trump is who brings numbers, and Trump is like, I'm so big, I don't have to participate in this shit, and my numbers are still killing y'all. But all of them was like, why Trump ain't here? Why? In between talking shit about each other, all the Republicans, they wanted to know why Trump wasn't there. Keep in mind, Trump is indicted and he's still able to run. He don't give 2 fucks. And they mad that all this is supposed to be all bad things, but he's still winning in the numbers. Like, if they stop today, he would be their nomination for president. The Republican Party again. Fresh off losing and an indictment.
I'm thinking it's credible.
Oh, but in other news, now they're trying to impeach Joe Biden. I don't know why they're trying to do it, but they're trying to impeach him. I ain't got no problem with it. They did it with Trump. They did shit with Bush. They did it with Clinton. Don't care. Police each other. Do you think?
There's really no way of knowing what Steve was going through in that moment, but Lila was basically saying, this is proof that I have a gift.
Tanya, do you think CMA is a piece of shit? Let me make it more personal. Do you think he's a piece of shit for calling CPS on me and trying to have my child removed from my custody when her mom's dead and I'm the only living parent that she has? I'm the only one that knows her actual struggle from day one in her. Yeah, just all of that. Yeah, so if you think he's a piece of shit, then yeah, you judged him. There's nothing wrong with that though. We all judge. It happens.
And that gift is prophecy. I'm a prophet.
She claimed to be God's prophet. God was speaking through Lila Green. And I was very skeptical, but I was open. I knew that the Bible spoke about prophets and about prophecy, and I assumed that she had a gift of prophecy.
This dramatic interaction changed everything.
Another real world example of people playing with God. Philly Phil. I'm not gonna call her all them names and shit. This is serious. Philly Phil, when she was going through something, when she felt like the world was on her and her back was against the wall, oh, she was the most religious person in the world. When she got tagged on the case and she thought the case was dismissed, y'all ain't seen God since. Not a, I'm taking my mama to church. Not a, I'm playing the gospel every morning and my soul stay anchored. She ain't playing none of them same old tired ass gospel songs. All that shit has disappeared now that she ain't in trouble no more.
Within a year, Mara and Steve decided to up.
Say what y'all want about me, but I was an atheist when I found out my daughter It's gonna need a heart transplant. Well, fuck it. I was an atheist when I was told my daughter wasn't going to be born. She was gonna die in the room. I was an atheist when she was born, and I'm still an atheist now. I consider that part of my life the worst thing I've ever went through in life. And I ain't run back to God. I didn't pretend. Despite all the people around me, what I was going through, and all the people around me praying for me, saying they believed, and yada, 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 and blaming, saying, well, your disbelief is why your baby need this and all of it. I stood in me. It didn't make sense, and I ain't gonna run back to it because adversity hit me.
Uproot their family, move to Sacramento, and devote their lives to the Greens.
In 1980, Jim and Lila attract a small following, including one devotee who owns several art shops in Sacramento. He donates those shops to the Greens, and the money that they generate enable Jim and Lila to buy property where they move in with their 10 followers.
The compound was called Port Freedom. In the beginning, it seemed like a good setup for people who have a purpose in life. There's a sense of community, and there were a lot of good people in there.
The Greens named their group Free Love Ministries. Over the next 4 years,
it doesn't suck, Snow Cold. It just means I'm going to stand on business. I'm not a flip-flopper. It just is what it is. And that's like in every aspect of life. I'm not a flip-flopper. I'm going to stand on what the fuck I believe in. Now, if some shit come up to where I have to change what I believe in, I'll let y'all know why I changed what I believe in. But just, nope. That's the easiest thing in the world when adversity comes. Be like, oh, I need to pray. I need to pray. I need to pray. God. Then as soon as you get back to where you think you was, because make no mistake about it, when she was going viral, when she got ran about the sector and it was dry, there was no God. When she was going viral and saying she got to 20,000 subs and cussing me and Mike and everybody else and T-Sec out, there was no God. God did. When Miss Loretta tried to bring God into her platform as she was soaring, she wasn't trying to hurt it. Nah, we ain't doing it over Miss Loretta. Don't nobody want to hear you pray. Then soon she got sued. Miss Loretta prayed for me. Miss Loretta was like, no, bitch, you didn't want me to pray for you when shit was good. I'm good. Then she became a damn staple single. And now, like I said, when shit's clear, you don't hear her talk about God. You hear her talk about a lot of shit. God ain't one of them.
they grow to include nearly 50 devotees who spread the message of Jim and Lila Green across Sacramento. And in 1984, they catch the attention of 16-year-old Julie.
They just Christian, Snow Cold. I promise you, no atheist said to me, God punishing you for not believing him. It's all Christians.
Words.
I was the oldest of...
And to be honest, no Jewish person or Muslim person said it to me either. Just all Christians, all Jesus believers said it.
Or my mother and father divorced when I was really young, so we moved to downtown Sacramento.
Julie's mother, Virginia, struggles with...
But my mom did single-handedly take credit for her prayers being what got my daughter her heart. Even though she just, the process and this being a system and the doctors, they had nothing to do with it. It's her prayers. She single-handedly took credit for it. And keep in mind, I told you I had a whole bunch of people around me that was Christians that fucked with me and was praying and all of that. But my mom single-handedly took credit for it.
Alcoholism and depression, and disappears for days at a time, leaving Julie to manage things at home.
I was 13, and the youngest at the time was less than a year old. Taking care of the family, it was a lot. And I became angry about it.
Me and her would argue so much.
she would want to do what she wanted to do, and I did what I did and party. And, you know, I wish I could have gave her more, but I couldn't. I didn't know how. It was hard.
The neighborhood, you know, there was a lot of gun violence and drug activity. I started to become actively involved in that. I would go out party, come home drunk. My mom and we'd end up getting into fistfights. I was out of my home by the time I was 14 years old.
For the next 2 years, Julie is essentially homeless, hanging out with street gangs and spiraling into drug use and depression.
I was starting to feel very lost in the life I was leading. I needed something to help me.
But Tanya, how you know it ain't Yahweh answering your prayer? Or how you know it ain't like any of these deities? How you know it ain't Krishna answering your prayers? How do you automatically assume or know that it's Jesus or the Christian God answering your prayers instead of the Muslim, Hebrew, Jewish, you know, like just Indian? How do you know it's your God that's answering your prayers and not the other ones? Do you even know about the other gods? Critical question.
Cope. So I started to pray and I started to read the Bible, and that became my guidance.
As Julie becomes committed to Christianity, she reconnects with a childhood friend and fellow Christian who brings her to her first meeting of the Free Love Ministries in 1984.
All these people was told about God. Somebody else, they just wake up knowing about God. Somebody had to tell them. Now, just imagine if somebody had told them about Krishna. Or, what is the nigga? Yeshua, or something, Makiaka, just any other names that ain't Christian. Just imagine if they were told about that first. Chances are they would believe in Elijah Muhammad and Allah if somebody came to them with those religions first.
We cater to those that want to give their life for Christ.
Jim Green got up and preached. Lila got up and testified.
When we intercede.
But see, Tanya, there's the issue again. There's 4,200 religions and you were only taught one. You were only taught that one because the people that taught you about it didn't know about the other religions. They didn't know about Islam. They didn't know about Jewish people. They didn't know about Buddhism. They didn't know any of these other religions. They just knew that one. So that's what I'm saying. Like literally, if you were born in Asia, 9 times out of 10, you would be a Buddhist. If you were born in the Middle East, 9 times out of 10, you would be a Muslim.
That means we stand with God.
They seem real charismatic. They seem real lively. The message was...
Churches is only a Christian term. There are no churches that have names for things like temple and things of that nature. Churches is a Christian term. It's simply for Christians. I think y'all be forgetting that a lot of stuff is just synonymous with y'all's religion. It's not a worldwide thing. And if you knew it, like, there's nothing stopping y'all from studying other religions. If you study the other religions, you would see they don't believe that God coming back for all his churches. They preach that God, that y'all motherfuckers is going to hell. Y'all people that don't believe in Judaism and And Muslims, y'all going to hell. That's what their religion teaches. Technically, that's what Christianity teaches as well. So I understand you using your human logic, but according to the biblical text in all three of those religions, if you don't believe in their particular God, you're going to that particular hell. So there is no all his church in any of that. Remember, in the Bible, the people all spoke one language. They loved God. They fucked with God. They revered God. They loved him so much that they started building a tower because they wanted to be close to him as a way to show how much they loved him. Now, God, he sees all, he knows their intentions. He saw their intentions were pure, but because they got too close, he caused confusion. They said God is not a God of confusion, but he broke the tower, split the people up, had them speak different languages, yada, 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 so on and so forth.
All about how demons affect our lives and cause Christians to stray. And I was like, wow, this is what I've been looking for.
Julie was vivacious and she had lots of energy. And Lila Green seemed to just really love her.
I would come to the evening services.
I feel you, no matter how you say it, come for all religions and all of that. That's not what each religion teaches. Each religion teaches, if you don't follow this religion, you're not my chosen people. You're left out. So I don't know where you getting this. He coming for all the religions and all the churches. No, he's not. And that's according to y'all's text. And that's the Hebrew text. That's the Muslim text. That's the Christian text. If y'all don't believe in that particular God, y'all going here. That's why I kind of like vibe with the Indian and Asian shit, because their religions are all about peace. There was never any strife and shit in their things. It's always about peace and betterment. And their deities never destroyed the world out of anger.
The weekend services, this is kind of cool. They got this community of people that all want to serve God.
When she got involved with the Greens, I thought for sure that was the best thing for her because she was out of getting in trouble.
The Greens, seeing my enthusiasm and seeing my dedication, I was approached by them and I was told that I could live there. With me having to survive out on the streets, this is awesome.
Less than 2 weeks after meeting the Greens, Julie moves into the compound with them.
Living with the Greens, we became really close. Jim was a little bit more relaxed. He was easier to be around. Lila dictated what we could do about everyday life. We always practiced self-discipline. So we did a lot of fasting. We did a lot of prayer meeting.
Hey y'all, I guess I'll talk this time. I don't know what Trey got going on. Let me go to the chat see who all in here. Hold on. Hey, can't handle the truth, girl. Damn it, white Jesus. Oh. Hey, Missy Lou. Hey, Miss Margie. Hey, Tanya. Hey, girl. But we are all his chosen one. Whatever religion you belong, that's what I believe.
Well, we are all his chosen one, whatever religion you belong to. That's what I believe. And well, so you mean to tell me it's 4,200 religions and it's 144,000 people that's gonna go to heaven, and you think them 144 is spread out amongst all 4,200 of them?
Oh, I'm back on me. You were born in 80. Oh, wow.
That's cool. I can go with it, but you do realize, like, shit, since that 144,000 scripture came out, it's been like 5,000, 6,000 years that have passed. You don't think heaven filled by now? At this point, I don't even think you're listening to anything that I'm saying. You just is going to defend your religion no matter what. That's why I always say when religion comes up, logic goes out the window. Now you hearing all this fucked up shit that these people is doing in the name of God, and you just calling them false prophets, but you're not saying why God don't step in. He done destroyed the earth. He done did a whole bunch of shit to Job. He did a whole bunch of shit to people. Why he ain't stepped in with these people? This is 2017 and shit going on.
Can I make the point that I'm going to mute because you know I'm not going to get into it with you about this, but listen.
I'm just talking shit. I'm fine.
I know, but listen to this one point right here. You cannot blame the religion on people that mishandle, misuse, and take advantage of. Like, this is what I'm saying. I'm not
not blaming the people or the religion. I'm blaming God for allowing it to happen.
But you said, listen, you said you listening to everything these people did in the name of religion. So that means
that's in the name of God, not religion. In the name of God, they get to tell all their people, God told me this, and God ain't stepped in and said, "Hold up, nigga, this ain't me."
Trey, this is the thing, though. You can't blame God for what people choose to do in the name of God. Those people have to pay for that. You can't sit up here and say, "Oh, you know what?"
I can when I've known him to destroy the earth before and destroy a city because the people are wicked. What's going on now is worse than what happened then. He put a stop to it back then. He ain't put a stop to it now.
It's a reason for everything, Trey. Let me tell you something. I can sort of kind of relate to you in some sense because, I've told you that I've struggled with wondering why God allows certain things to happen. I get it. Like, you just don't understand. But the only point I'm trying to make in this moment, because I'm not going to go back and forth, is that you cannot blame God for what people choose to do in his name. Those people have to pay for that. That's them doing that. You can't blame God.
I absolutely can, because God is perfect and he created all these people. Now, if he's supposed to know everything that's going to happen, why didn't he just eliminate these evil motherfuckers? Now, again, some of the shit I can say, okay, let natural selection take its course. But when you actually are lying on God, like, when is God going to step in? God will not step in on somebody lying on him and leading thousands of people astray. But, a baby can, like a baby can die so my baby can live. Babies can die of cancer. Babies can die of SIDS. Babies can be shot on accident by people. Babies can be burned and killed by their mothers. But these grown motherfuckers that are lying on God, the one thing that he says he don't tolerate, they get to just live to 90. That ain't fair. That ain't equal. That ain't just. I'll never see it. Tanya, just having faith is why we hearing about all these cults and these women going through the shit that they did, and these women giving their kids up to be molested because they had faith. And they couldn't discern between whether that was real God or the devil. So we got to say, and that's why I said I'm not blaming the people. because they're told not to question God and to follow a man of God. That's what they did. But he wasn't a man of God. But if you question the man of God, you're told you wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just, we're having dialogue here. We're having dialogue. I ain't trying to convert nobody. I'm just pointing out how these grown ass men get away with a lot of shit. But then I'm gonna keep going back to the innocent babies. 2-day-old babies die for no reason, but grown ass men get to lead his people astray for 30 years, using his name, lying on him, killing people, molesting kids, all types of shit, and they just get to live to they 90. What sin did they commit? Because we could point out what these grown ass men did, and we see in the Bible where it says you will be struck down for that. They wasn't struck down. They didn't suffer.
A very scary look.
It was around this time when things took a very dark turn in Free Love Ministries. Jim and Lila were increasingly obsessed with demons and purging them from the souls of their followers in what they called deliverance sessions.
People would be coughing. People would be.
What is the purpose of demons? God could eliminate demons. What's the purpose of it?
Screaming. People would.
God could kill his op, the devil. He don't. Instead, he kills people. I don't get it. Why not just kill your op?
Barf. The first time I went through a deliverance session, I was a little bit scared. But a person that's new to it, you're wanting to be a part of what everyone else is doing. And you want to be accepted. So you go along with the whole process. That's what everyone else. I went thing, people would be
them from the soul.
Let me skip this back. So at this point, all these people believe in God. They understand what sin is, but because they want to be accepted, they go along with fuck shit.
Of their followers in what they called deliverance sessions.
People would be coughing. People would be screaming. People would barf. The first time I went through a deliverance session, I was a little bit scared. But a person that's new to it, you're wanting to be a part of what everyone else is doing. And you want to be accepted. So you go along with the whole process. I started to feel like a pain or a fist gut feeling.
Now, she said that's what she went through for the deliverance session. I characterize like most of religion is that like most people pretend to speak tongues because they see the elders do it and they want to be accepted.
And you want to be accepted. So you go along with the whole process. I started to feel like a pain or like a fist gut feeling in my core. In your mind, you think it's real. This is supernatural experience. And to me, it was a sign. She really is God's prophet.
Within 2 months, Julie drops out of high school to dedicate herself to Free Love Ministries. Her close relationship with the Greens gives her a front row seat as they impose a harsh new order on their followers.
If God is going to spare this nation, he's going to have a people that are called out, a people that are obedient.
Lila always gave different prophecies that God was raising up a militant people, a people that would be non-compromising, sons and daughters who would be conquerors over self, over sin, over the world. Then it was God was raising up an army. You would be soldiers for God.
As their message becomes more militant, the Greens change the name of Free Love Ministries. In 1985, they become the Aggressive Christianity Missions Training Corps.
We were wanting to be God's army. We had a special calling on us. It was all this rah-rah, gung-ho. We're going to be fearless soldiers for Jesus.
God will demand the standard of holiness and righteousness out of his people. He always has and he always will, whether we like it or whether we dislike it.
God's army was actually forming. I didn't know what it meant. But I had this inkling that things were not going to go well.
He need an army of killer angels and an army of killer humans.
In 1985, Jim and Lila Green transformed their organization from a hippie-inspired ministry into a militant regime called the Aggressive Christianity Missions Training Corps.
We all started wearing military uniforms right away. It was like almost the very next week.
The Greens assigned everybody rank according to where they were spiritually and how committed they were.
Lila and Jim hold the Aggressive Christian Army's highest rank, General.
I was afraid of General Lila because God, according to her, was such a vindictive, hard God.
You mentioned sacrifice, and they say you're harsh, you're hard, you're ugly.
It's not according to her, it's according to the book. If you read the book, God is harsh. He is. He didn't get soft and forgiving into the New Testament. In the Old Testament, it was off with your head. Vengeance is mine, an eye for an eye. Then he got soft in the New Testament, like 3,000 years after he created the earth, like halfway through it. He was like, you know what? I did this shit wrong, even though I knew I was going to do this shit wrong. So, yeah, it's not her. It's literally in the book that God is mean.
Bobby, no, the truth of the matter is you're backslid and you're lazy and you're compromising.
In the beginning, it was, well, she had the gift of prophecy. She heard from God.
Speaking of which, Miss Margie, in the actual 10 Commandments that weren't broken, he called himself jealous. That was his name. He called himself jealous. That was one of the names he gave himself. You know, but the DNC, most people don't know, like when Moses came down, he had a whole different set, but he broke them. See, the people that was down there sinning didn't get to see what God wrote, like when he called himself jealous. He named himself jealous. They didn't get to see them because Moses broke them. And then remember, God got mad at Moses after he said, hey, had them niggas kill each other to say they was down here making false idols and shit. I'm paraphrasing, but y'all can read it. It's in the story. Had them niggas kill each other, and then when they did that, God was sarcastic to him. Was like, "Hey, nigga, you broke them stones. Like you gonna have to carve some more." Because remember, God carved the first set of stones out just magically. But then when Moses broke them, he was like, "Nigga, you broke my tablets. You got to cut your own." And then he went back up there, and then a whole new set of 10 Commandments that we now know came out. It's all in the Bible, though. I'm not making this up. Y'all can just read Exodus. It's all in there.
But not, she was going to direct our lives. As time went on, they just became more and more regimented.
Lila had already convinced her followers that she was a prophet. Now the military structure reinforced General Lila as the absolute authority over her soldiers.
Under this new military structure, General Lila starts making everyone's life hellish. She makes people move to the compound.
Truth, have you been keeping up with Kwani? She is running amok. She back on route.
I have.
Work and the stores that they
2 and 3 times.
But boy, she is running. I said, damn, Kwani, like you still at it today? I'm seeing her community post now. I'm like, damn, I thought you did enough with the lies. You just want all the smoke.
Did you hear her talk about Jeezy and Jeremiah?
I didn't.
You gotta listen to it, Trey. It's something called what the fuck? It's called
I'm listening to her giving her update on this beef sector cruise.
Oh yeah, the beef sector cruise started. It started today. I think the folks went on, but yeah, she been going and she been giving me my life. I ain't gonna lie. But you gotta listen to that one she did on Jeezy and Jeremiah. That shit was funny as hell. It was funny as hell.
See the pit chimpanzee, the beef sector.
Go down and see if you see something that say what am I? Hold on, let me find.
Relationship goals.
Relationship goals, my ass, something like that. What it say about relationship goals?
Yeah, relationship goals, my rump.
Yeah, that's the one. That's it. That's the one. You gotta listen to that one, Trey.
Oh shit! I see. She said, "Diva, tell them boys what's going on." She is swinging at everybody.
She went in on these boys. She went in on her. She went in.
I stay have to wait. I stay have to wait.
Me too. I ain't trying to get caught up.
I just popped in. I see you still at it. Keep going. I'm here for it.
I be in room shaker. I be in room shaker bushes. I be high like a motherfucker. It be a whole lot of.
Yeah, they had a beef sector cruise.
She throws away TV. She forces people to engage in group fasts. It was getting out of hand. She makes
the absolute authority over her soldiers.
Under this new military structure, General Lila starts making everyone's life hellish. She makes people move to the compound and work and the stores that they have. She throws away TV. She forces people to engage in group fasts. It was getting out of hand.
A lot of the rules weren't that difficult to follow for me. At that time, I was so in love with the Lord. I was very enthusiastic about it all. You're trying to display your faithfulness.
But while Julie embraces the new order, Mara struggles with the strict lifestyle, especially the harsh treatment of her children.
Children are not allowed to be children. They couldn't have toys. They would work along with everybody else. 11-year-olds would work during the day. And I didn't understand the reasoning.
You guessed it. More free labor.
Why can't the kids just go play? But anything that was contrary to Lila or Jim's teachings was the voice of the devil. You know, thoughts come up and you learn to reject them.
As time went on, the Greens asserted more and more control. They were telling people where they had to live. They were telling people what they were going to do for work, and even in some cases who they would marry.
And one of the first marriages the Greens arrange is between Julie and the childhood friend who first introduced her to the Greens.
I had just turned 18 years old. He told me that the Lord wanted us to unionize our relationship. It was never, oh, I love you. No emotion. It was just like, this is God's will. This is what God wants, and this is what we're going to do. And I'm like, okay.
No regular nigga could have came up to her and said that. Keep it bad. She said it wasn't no love you or nothing. It was simply, God told me this. And she was like, all right then, G. Normal nigga just walk up, hey, you my girlfriend. This our union. This meant to be. Hell no, get your crazy ass away from me.
In the first year of her marriage, Julie becomes pregnant with the couple's first child.
My mom sent us a bunch of baby clothes. I was still having communication with my mom, and Lila didn't like it.
A new order is issued. Soldiers of God must put God before family and cut all ties to family members who are not in God's army.
It brought up a lot of bitterness, a lot of pain, and I was just forced to suppress it. So I wrote a letter to my mom. Dear Mom, I must obey God in all things, for he is the master and ruler of my life. The Bible,
and it's called Free Love Ministries,
says, he that loveth father, mother, brother, or sister more than him is not worthy of him. God is the one we should love most of all in our lives. Mom, I cannot compromise with your sin, and I won't mock God by doing so. In Christ.
I just want y'all to listen again to what
Becomes pregnant with the couple's first.
She wrote to her mom because her religion told her, you got to love God more than you love anything else. This is actual scripture. And she said, fuck her mama. But I don't think she realized that she still had a middleman. She still had that person being the go-between between her and God. She still put a human first before God. She put that person that she felt like God ordained to tell her this before her family and before God, technically.
Child.
My mom sent us a bunch of baby clothes. I was still having communication with my mom, and Lila didn't like it.
A new order is issued. Soldiers of God must put God before family and cut all ties to family members who are not in God's army.
It brought up a lot of bitterness, a lot of pain, and I was just forced to suppress it. So I wrote a letter to my mom. Dear Mom, I must obey God in all things, for he is the master and ruler of my life. The Bible says, he that loveth father, mother, brother, or sister more than him is not worthy of him.
Now, imagine that in a 2023 context. We're reading a book that says, if you love your mother, father, brother, sister, and for women that carried their kids inside of them for 9 months, if you love these things more than me, you are not worthy of me. That's where the jealous God part comes in. But you can't love the thing that you created and carried inside of you more than. All right, then we'll just push play.
God is the one we should love most of all in our lives. Mom, I cannot compromise with this. He that loveth father, mother, brother, or sister more than him is not worthy of him. God is the one we should love most of all in our lives. Mom, I cannot compromise with your sin, and I won't mock God by doing so. In Christ's service, First Lieutenant Julie.
It was so hard for me to know that she would do this to me after. I mean, we were there for her wedding. We were there for.
Oh, this is how Mama responded.
God is the one we should love most of all in our lives. Mom, I cannot compromise with your sin, and I won't mock God by doing so. In Christ.
Mom, I can't compromise your sin. In making that statement, she acts like she's sin free. Like she ain't did shit wrong. My sins aren't as bad as yours. I got to cut you off because you ain't part of this church.
Service, First Lieutenant Julie.
It was so hard for me to know that she would do this to me after. I mean, we were there for her wedding. We were there for everything. And then on the Sunday, send me a letter and say, I don't want nothing to do with you, Mom. That was the hardest.
Virginia decides she needs to act. So in October 1989, 5 years after Julie joined the Greens, Virginia shows up at the compound to confront her daughter.
This woman had more balls than that pussy ass nigga in the last episode that just left his wife and kids. This woman's mom had more balls. She showed up, came and got hers, confronted her. This nigga said, hey, wife, I got to go. Fuck you and the kids. Can you just give me a 30-minute head start before you tell this nigga I'm gone?
It was like, God, what happened to her? It wasn't her. It wasn't my Julie no more. So I got brave and started demonstrating in front of their compound. My friends helped me with.
I wonder if her mom was religious. I'm willing to, I think I'm going to make an educated guess and say her mom probably wasn't religious, which is why she said to her, I can't compromise with your sin. Her mom wasn't a sinner until she said the lady was like, a new order. If you ain't part of the church, then we can't talk to you. Kind of like the Jehovah's Witnesses. But she never had a problem with her mom. She actually said she was still in contact with her mom, and the head nigga didn't like it. So then she made a new rule. But then all of a sudden her mom became a sinner.
No signs and everything else.
They were doing some major protesting. They had the news out there. They had reporters out there.
These people no longer think for themselves. They are told what to think.
So Jim Green had agreed to have a community meeting.
We kept our mouth shut for years, and we do this for a reason. Because we got bigger and better things to do. Continue with families. This is a tough ministry. We are not a family church, period. We cater to those that want to give their life for Christ.
They all came in their uniforms and everything else, and they kept.
They cater to those that will die for Christ. He didn't say live for Christ. He said give their life for Christ.
And they were God's army. There was God's army.
I was told by Jim Green, he scripted me on what I was to get up and say. I was basically forced to denounce my family publicly. In the moment, I thought I was doing the right thing, but it was not really the right thing to do.
The community meeting is the last time the Greens allowed Julie to communicate with.
The irony of her denouncing her family in this church having these rules is, it clearly says it in the Bible, the end of the last days, one of the signs is sons turning against dads and mothers turning against daughters and all of that shit. She literally turned against her family, which the Bible preaches of.
Her family. It will be more.
See how the Bible is confusing? You can't love your family more than God, but you also, that's a sign of the end of last days when you turn on your family because you love God more. It's also confusing.
15 years before Virginia sees her daughter again.
As the Greens succeeded in isolating their followers from any outside influence, Lila began to assert herself not only as God's prophet, but now as God's judge.
Uh-oh.
Lila said that the Lord spoke to her and gave her the name Deborah. Deborah in the Old Testament text was also considered one of God's judges. So Lila.
I just want all you people from now on to be weary when somebody tell you what God said. Just be weary. Could be a cult leader. They could be telling the truth, but it could be a cult leader too. You got to have both of these things in the back of your mind. Don't just automatically think it's God, because it could be a cult leader. I'm just saying. They did a whole 2-season docuseries on this shit, and everybody got something in common. All the people in charge said God told me, and people believed him.
Assuming the name Deborah also took on that role.
Once General Lila changed her name to General Deborah, her judgments took the form of public humiliations. She wanted to teach her soldiers a lesson, and one follower stood out as an easy target.
I never measured up in Lila's eyes as a soldier. From get-go, Lila didn't approve of my parenting. She would tell me, you need to be tough, you need to be a soldier, and you need to whip those kids, and you need to do it like you mean it. I had a child who was under the age of 2. They wanted me to beat her with a belt because they weren't potty trained.
Under the age of 2, whooped their ass with a belt. A 2-year-old.
And I was so conflicted. So I went up to Deborah, I knocked on the door, and she answered the door, and she gave me the look. The look where she can see into your soul. She said that God had spent a lot of time trying to raise me up to be a soldier of God, and that if I didn't repent and be totally broken, that I would go to hell. And this was my last chance.
And she knew it was this woman's last chance before she went to hell, I'm guessing, because God told her. God never gives the sign to the actual person whose life is in jeopardy, whose soul and in spirit is facing eternal damnation. You don't ever tell them directly. He always tell the psychopathic cult leader.
Maura Schmier has been a member of the Aggressive Christianity Missions Training Corps for nearly 6 years.
And I also got to point out, who's to say that these people that are doing this weird, fucked up shit, who's to say they aren't actually getting instruction from God? Can't say that they actually aren't. None of us can. They say their actions are despicable, but none of us can say they ain't talk to God.
When General Deborah Green punishes her for a lack of commitment to the cause.
They said that God forsaken me because I idolized my children, that I put my children before God.
Today is your day of warning. Do not be deceived and do not imagine it.
Oh, tell you that this is dropped in my spirit too. If you calling them false prophets, you judging them. Which play?
God's judgment will not strike you.
Maura Schmier was brought before the congregation and deranked, basically dehumanized. We were told we had to shun her. I kind of felt sorry, but I felt like this is what God wanted.
General Deborah told me that I was no longer one of them. I wasn't Mrs. Schmier. I wasn't Maura, but my new name was Forsaken.
They literally started calling Maura Forsaken, and everyone went along with it, even Maura's own husband and children. The cruelty of it was shocking.
Deborah forces Maura to move into a small storage shed in the back of the compound. There's no heat and no bathroom.
I slept in a sleeping bag on the concrete floor. It was cold. They required me to wear a black scarf on my head. I couldn't see my children except through a...
No, I just honestly, like, I don't know how many people that are watching it in here are believers. This is in 2017. Would y'all go through this shit in the name of God in 2017? It's easy for us to look at this shit and laugh and say they crazy, but they actually had faith. This is why they were doing the shit that they were doing. Would y'all faith lead y'all to be put in these situations religiously in 2023? Because this was just 6 years ago. Would y'all fall for this, you people that are believers? Y'all put y'all kids in harm's way and all of that shit right now in the name of God. 'Cause this is, every time I hear this shit is in modern times, I'm like, what the fuck, people still falling for this shit? I understand being religious, but some of this shit they say and doing, like, common sense kicks in, and we be like, fuck you. I still believe in God, but I'm not going with this stupid ass shit that y'all doing.
Hole that was in the door. When my husband Steve saw me, he just turned his head and all disgusted. I was so afraid. My life depended upon being granted back into God's army.
Yeah, you did say be weary of false prophets, but you called them false prophets several times. It's okay, Tanya. We all judge. We all do it. Just make you bad. Judging keeps us alive in certain situations.
It's hard to comprehend how anyone would willingly subject themselves to this sort of behavior, but Maura didn't really think she had a choice. She thought God was mad at her. So this went on for months. Maura lived in this.
Tell you, if your pastor came to you and said, hey, you need to whoop your 2-year-old grandson ass with this belt because they ain't potty trained, you wouldn't do it? Even though they said God told them that, and God done spent all this time trying to build you up, and this your last chance. If you don't whoop your child's ass, you going to hell. You mean to tell me you would choose hell? I salute you. I'd choose hell too. I'm sorry, I'm just different.
Shed and did everything that she could to get back in their good graces, but that was never going to happen. They had no intention of letting her back into the group.
After 3 months in the shed, Maura is kicked out of God's army for good and forced to leave her husband and children behind.
I felt like I was forsaken by God. I really felt that I was. When I left, I was glad that my children were staying because I thought that they were safe in God's army.
With no money or belongings, Maura borrows money from her mother to rent an apartment. There she starts to examine the life she led with the Greens.
Wait a minute, so you mean to tell me all these mother...
I was forsaken by God. I really felt that I was. When I left, I was glad that my children were staying because I thought that they were safe.
All these grown motherfuckers keep leaving their kids in the shit that they consider evil. It's so evil that they grown asses leave, but they leave their fucking kids there. And I just gotta point out, this bitch wrote a letter to her mama denouncing her mama, and who the fuck was there for her as soon as she got kicked out the group? She didn't leave willingly. She got kicked out, and who was there for her? The same motherfucker that she just wrote a note to and renounced.
In God's army.
With no money or belongings, Maura borrows money from her mother to rent an apartment. There she starts to examine the life she led.
If I was her mama, I said, bitch, ask your church. You told me you couldn't condone my sins, so taking my money would be evil, bitch. You need to get it how you live. Did you say something, Truth? She said something.
With the Greens.
I would.
I said, no, I didn't say anything, but I will ask, did you take your medicine?
No. I don't need no medicine. I'm fine. I pray.
Okie dokie.
I'm home at night and I would dig into the Bible and I would see the contrasts of what Jim and Deborah taught.
Real shit.
They take scripture out of context and they make it mean whatever they want it to mean. I came to understand relatively quickly that I had been in a cult. When I actually realized how I had been manipulated and how they had lied, the first thing I wanted to do was get my children out of there.
In 1988, Maura takes the...
They all leave thinking their kids is in a better place. But then after they gone for a while, they hear a rumor and all of a sudden, oh, I gotta get my kids. Like, what kind of secondhand thinking is this? How are your kids not your first priority when you decide to leave? Because again, when you leave, you just have left them at the mercy of anything. And then you talk about all this time passed. You don't even know if your kids are alive. They could have been killed in all this time. Now all of a sudden, oh, well, I realized I was in a cult and I've been lied to. Oh, shit, I need to get my kids. What if they're already dead? What if they've already been moved around the country? What if they've already been sold off? But that wasn't a concern when you were worried about your survival and your shit. But when they kicked you out, why wasn't the first thing you did was go to the police and was like, yo, they kidnapped my kids?
Progressive Christianity Missions Training Corps to court for abusive treatment.
When Maura reached out to me, to my law firm, I thought it was crazy what they did against Maura. We wanted them put out of business to keep people from being preyed upon by the Greens.
I sued them to expose them, and it did expose them, and they didn't like it.
I think it's about time we get down to the facts. And the facts are the woman was a harlot. We dismissed her for sexual misconduct. And the whole media wants to make a big scene that we kept somebody in a cage or whatever, when it's fallacious.
But the Greens never bring any facts to court.
They apparently buried the lawsuit in the yard, which is an interesting way to deal with a lawsuit. And they basically never showed up. So we went to court and we got all of the kids out. In addition, we were awarded $1.2 million in damages to Maura Schmier.
The only wealth that the Greens had was in the properties that they owned, and they were not going to let Maura see a dime of that money.
They decided we're not going to let the world take God's holy citadel. So they told several of the members to go down and take out whatever we could salvage to rebuild with, and then we would destroy the rest of the property.
They totally trashed the building. So even though we got 1.2 million, we didn't actually get that much money. I thought it was pretty vindictive.
It was all to keep me from collecting. This forsaken woman was not going to take over God's holy place.
Maura never receives the full amount owed to her by the Greens, but she's finally free of their control. Meanwhile, within the cult, life becomes even more restrictive.
After abandoning their properties in Sacramento, the generals moved their followers to Oregon. Jim began to take more of a backseat role to Deborah, whose authority was proven with the exile of Maura.
You are always just trying to keep your emotions and your voice really.
I would have to ask this question if I was her and I was still a believer. I would be like, yo, why the fuck, God, are you letting me get ganked by these people who are doing the most? They're false prophets. They're running a cult. They're lying in your name. Why is it that I still believe in you? I've left. I win a settlement, and you letting these evil motherfuckers triumph and not pay me? I would feel some type of way. The evil people are constantly winning. And the hope that the God-fearing people got is that the evil people will get their punishment when they dead, something nobody can prove, but we can prove in real life they winning.
Low key because you're always afraid of stepping into trouble.
The Greens and their followers lose their possessions and finances in the lawsuit. So Deborah and Jim forced their most productive followers on long sales trips to sustain the cult financially.
We started marketing artwork and bakery products. I was one of the main sellers to earn money to help sustain the group. So myself and my husband, we practically lived on the road.
The generals send Julie and her husband away for months at a time, forcing them to leave their 3-year-old son behind.
I was told I couldn't take him with me. He would just be in the way of me being able to sell and make money. Till this day, it's a guilty feeling. How could I not have that feeling like a mother bear that needed to protect its child? But after that whole scenario,
I can tell you why, man, because you're not supposed to love your kids more than God. That's why you were able to say, fuck my kids, I'm gonna go on the road and get this money for God, even though it wasn't God you were getting the money for. It's another human telling you that God told you to go get this money.
with Mora, I didn't want to be.
You only know those scriptures that put fear in you because your pastor pointed those scriptures out to you. You didn't stumble upon the motherfuckers yourself. It's too many scriptures and verses and books in the Bible for you to run across that shit. Like most people didn't know that God actually called himself jealous, that he named himself that. Now, y'all know the verse where he said he's a jealous guy, but y'all don't know the verse where he actually called himself jealous. That was his name. Don't believe me? Google it. All the Bible scriptures will pop up where he tells you his name is jealous. Anything, any of the Bible shit that I've quoted, just Google it in the Bible scripture will pop up. So that's why she was like, I can't believe I did that. Well, yes, you actually can, because you've been told this so much that you believe that you're gonna go to hell if you didn't go get the bag for God, because you feel like you're supposed to sacrifice your kids, which God told humans to do several times, for him or her. So it's like second nature. Don't blame you, blame God. He created all this madness.
Me being able to sell and make money. Till this day, it's a guilty feeling.
Not
how could I not
2-year-old
have that feeling like a mother bear that needed to protect its child? But after that whole scenario with Mora, I didn't want to be told that I was making him an idol. So I did what I was told to do.
Speaking of which, did y'all see that CBS video I shared on my community wall earlier, where it was literally a baby bear, but the motherfucker was like a teenage bear on the table eating, and the mom kept her child, because the mom could have easily ran and left both her kids there. Nope. She held one in her lap, kept them quiet, they ain't move, and she made sure the other one that was on the other side of the table followed her lead. She didn't pet it. She had the opportunity to run away and leave the kids like the rest of these grown-ass motherfuckers did. And these other grown motherfuckers' life wasn't in danger at the time. Like a bear being in front of this woman and her kids. And the bear was just eating out their plates and shit. There's a couple of times though, like he stopped eating and got to sniff, and I said, oh, I would have shitted myself. I just would have. I'd have shitted. There's a whole Hispanic woman too.
In 1992, the Aggressive Christianity Missions Training Corps establishes a second compound in rural New Mexico.
They moved into an old schoolhouse that had no living quarters. So members were sleeping on cots for the floor. They didn't have access to money, to cars, to cell phones. I mean, they couldn't even leave unless they got General Deborah's permission first.
For the next year, Julie and her husband live in New Mexico and travel to Texas to sell their wares and spread their message. All this time, their son remains in Oregon.
My husband was commissioned to go back to Oregon and bring back supplies. My husband witnessed that my son was being disciplined harshly. He was being left in a cellar to cry all day without food and water, and he was spanked with a 2x4 that had a nail in it, and it hit him and gashed his head.
Horrified by what he discovers, Julie's husband takes their son with him back to New Mexico.
Deborah wasn't very happy about it. So I was just gritting inside what was going to be coming my way.
So your husband wasn't shocked that you got put in solitary confinement and kicked the fuck out. But he was shocked that.
In other times, General Deborah would have punished Julie and her husband for bringing their child to New Mexico. But after the negative publicity from the lawsuit, the group starts losing members. So now Deborah was desperate to get new soldiers in her army, and so she came up with a rather drastic solution.
Deborah came to me and she said, the Lord told me that if I take care of your son while you're out working, that God will bless me and bring you children from Mexico. In El Paso, a lot of Hispanic people would come back and forth over the border for work. So she told me I needed to keep my eye out for children on the street because they shouldn't be on the street. So if we were to take them, we would be giving them a better life.
So
I told her, well, how am I going to do that? You know, and she's, well, you know, just do it at night and, you know, just see if you can grab a child one of these days.
For Julie, this isn't just Deborah ordering her to kidnap a child, it's God. So even though part of her...
I'm confused because Julie was supposed to have been kicked the fuck out and sent home. How is she still even having communication? Remember, Julie's husband just got upset that their kid got, the one that she left, got hit in the head with a fucking board. How in the fuck is she back in communication with this woman and being told to kidnap kids?
Knew how completely wrong this was. She
fuck man-made law. I know kidnapping is wrong, but because this woman who already kicked me out said you could come back if you kidnap kids, I said okay. God's plan. Cue Drake.
Couldn't dare question Deborah, and Deborah knew it.
It was the end of the week, and I happened to see a woman walking towards the bridge, going to go back into Mexico, and she had a baby in her hand, and there was a child walking next to her. So I got out, and I followed her direction, and I walked behind them slowly. In the moment, I just became mechanical. I had a very cold heart feeling to act out what she had asked me to do.
God is condoning kidnapping in his name. He can stop the shit instantly because he got the power just like that to stop it. No, he wants to watch it play out. It's the free will kicking in.
I was about to grab the child. I began to get afraid. What am I doing?
So you disobeyed God?
With membership of the aggressive Christianity Missions Training Corps dwindling, General Deborah Green hatches a desperate plan to gain new followers.
Deborah came to me and she said, see if you can grab a child one of these days, you know. I was about to grab the child and I started to feel like, what am I doing? It was like a light flashing in your face, waking you up from a really dark, dark place.
Get out!
That you've allowed someone to push you into. And I walked away. I couldn't do it.
The ministry still needs to solve the problem of growing their membership, so Deborah takes matters into her own hands. In 1997, she brings her followers on a Christian mission to Uganda, where they meet a local woman who's pregnant.
Always take white Jesus to Africa.
Deborah became really close with the servant woman and started asking her a lot of questions. And then eventually Deborah asked her if she would give up her child. The lady said, we don't want to give you the baby.
But Deborah won't take no for an answer.
A few days later, Deborah comes back and says they changed their minds. I think Deborah and Jim offered them money.
General Deborah claims the arrival of this little girl is a miracle, but Deborah would make her life a living hell.
There's a heaven and there's a hell. And there's going to be a lot of foolish children burning forever. Because they
God that knows everything, God that gives you free will, knew this bitch was going to get this baby and abuse it and put no stop to it. What did the child do?
used the fear of God in their lives.
She was always B. She was always meant to work, whether it was sweeping or being on her knees, scrubbing. And you're talking about a 2-3-year-old child. She started to develop a deformity in her legs where her legs had rickets. She could barely walk. And
God, watch this. God knew this was going to happen. Now, we'll say free will for the adult. Where's the child's free will in this? This child was 2 or 3 and forced into slave labor to where they got a deformity. The child got to suffer because God won't stop the wicked people using his name to be blasphemous and false prophets and all the other shit that he say he don't tolerate.
never got the proper medical treatment, but Deborah would make her go outside and run like a quarter mile down the road and run back. And she kept saying that God was going to heal her if she was obedient to keep disciplining her. So this went on for years.
General Deborah's rules become increasingly impossible to live by.
And then this child is being told all of this God rhetoric. So this child thinks that they're being punished by God because they didn't do something right. This child probably didn't even know God because it was 2 or 3 before it met these people.
Talking about a 2-3-year-old child, she started to develop a deformity in her legs where her legs had rickets. She could barely walk, and she never got the proper medical treatment. But Deborah would make her go outside and run like a quarter mile down the road and run back. And she kept saying that God was going to heal her if she was obedient to keep disciplining her. So this went on for years.
General Deborah's rules become increasingly impossible to live.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they're still in here. This is episode 5. Episode 6 is the Dr. York one. We kind of heard the Dr. York whole one when we was it was like 4 videos back when I was doing the Tommy Brother Polite thing. That part 1, it played it. If y'all want to hear the Dr. York one, let me know in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just gonna skip to season 2. Yeah, 8 minutes to decide.
And by 2004, Julie's son starts pushing back against the strict rules he's grown up with.
My son was 16 years old. He was growing into his own mind and his own critical thinking. He was questioning why.
While Julie and her husband don't dare to question Deborah and Jim, her 16-year-old son confronts the couple about their practice.
It's fucked up. That's why I do believe that saying out of the mouths of babes comes the truth. Now, these old motherfuckers that been through, one that been kicked out and came back and was told to them and kidnap kids in the name of God. And here it is, a 16-year-old boy that's like, wait a minute now, this shit ain't right. They child, not their old ass. The child who hadn't been exposed to God as many years as them, It's like, oh, something doesn't seem right. This mistreatment can't be right. They being treated worse than the slaves that was in the damn Bible that God set free.
They felt like he's being a distraction to what God wants you to do and the money we need you to make. So they came to us and told us, we want you to get rid of him. But they wanted me to take him and just leave him on the side of a road somewhere. Because if he cannot discipline himself to submit to God's order, to God's command, to God's army, then he needs to go learn the hard way. And it was a hard place for me to be as a parent. So I was getting to that point to, I'm tired and fed up of what they've done to destroy our family.
You couldn't have been that tired and fed up. Put in solitary confinement, I don't know if it was 3 weeks or 3 months or whatever, and they kicked you out. And you left your child and you took your ass back. And when you went back, you was willing to kidnap motherfuckers. She wasn't gonna kidnap nobody, you was. You was gonna be the one going to jail for this. Now you tired.
The generals really believed that Julie would choose.
And again, I'm sorry to keep having to throw God under the bus, but these people are listening to somebody say, God told me. It gotta be really, really shitty that God ain't came and told them nothing personally. He keep telling everybody around them or the pastor, but not them. Like God didn't even come to you and say, hey, it's wrong for you to be kidnapped. You might not want to listen to that one. God didn't say, hey, false prophet, nothing, no warning. Even though you was trying to do right, your intentions were pure. You believe these people talk to God. You believe that everything that they said to do and that you were doing was ordained by God and that you were going to get a reward. Said anything to you in the midst of it. So you're running around thinking God never speaks to you, just to this one person. And that person is to give the word to you.
Them over her own son. But after 20 years of being a devoted soldier, Julie realized she had been completely
It's Dr. York. That's definitely it.
That's where I finally realized.
We played that whole night. So that's why I knew what you were talking about.
We just have to go. We were done. I was done.
Pyramids and everything. He had his own money.
I talked to my husband and I told him, we need to get out of here.
You was already out when they put you out. How'd you get back?
After nearly 20 years following Generals Jim and Deborah Green, Julie Edwards realizes she needs to get her family.
They followed for 20. They son after 16 was like, oh. See, when they followed for 20, that means they was between 18 and 20 when they pulled up. They did it to their 40s. 16, son was like, this shit ain't right. Whistleblower. It took her son to say something and then be like, you got to kick your son out for you to be like, this ain't right. It's none of the other shit, the kidnappings, none of that shit made you be like, this ain't right. It was you cutting your mama off, that wasn't enough. Being kicked out and having to get money from your mama and stay with your mama, that wasn't enough. I'm still trying to figure out how the fuck you got kicked out and went back to your mama only to go back to the cook to kidnap or about to kidnap. And then said, I ain't gonna kidnap, I'm gonna still stay though, even though I ain't gonna kidnap the child. But then my son is now questioning y'all. Y'all say I gotta kick him out. I already kicked my mom out. Shit is weird.
Out of the cult when the Greens command her to abandon.
This is what blind belief gets you.
And her son. But with
Shout
no
out to the
money and no
16
car, she and her husband need a plan.
We started talking to a Navy recruiter. My son was excited about the idea, so he signed up for the Navy, got to pick the job that he wanted. And in the meantime, my husband and I were still on the inner circle until we could get ourselves in a place to where we can get out.
Julie continues making money for the Greens, but she also creates a line of organic cosmetics, which she packages and
So God didn't have no escape plan for y'all. Y'all just had to stay there making money for y'all abuser and the person that told you to get rid of your mama and your son. God didn't come in no dream and hit y'all with no donation. No escape plan. His escape plan was the one you came up with, which is to stay there.
else on the side. When Deborah finds out, she's furious.
She took him away from me and wouldn't let me have access to him.
Creates a line of
inner circle until we could get ourselves in a place to where we can get out.
Julie continues making money for the Greens, but she also creates a line of organic cosmetics, which she packages and sells on the side. When Deborah finds out, she's furious.
She took him away from me and wouldn't let me have access to him. So I told her I had signed up for an art show up in Colorado and that I could get rid of all of the product that I had as long as there was money, involved and she was going to benefit, it was all okay. So she agreed and gave it to me. I loaded it all up and we left up to Colorado. After we were done for the week and we were making our way back to Fence Lake, my husband and I looked at each other and said, "This is the day, we're not going back." And we kept driving. We just drove straight on by until we got to Arizona. Never saw the Greens again. It felt liberating. It felt like putting an end to something that has destroyed your life for too long.
I was so happy when she came home. It was just like, wow. She came dressed different.
So I don't know when I dropped off, but I was hearing this here woman say that her mom is her whole world. Ma'am, you disavowed your mom simply because she wasn't a part of your church. You let another grown motherfucker tell you if your mama ain't down with this church, you need to cut her off. And you wrote a letter saying you couldn't be complicit with your mama's sins. Not that she was sinning, she just wasn't part of your church. She your whole world. Man.
I couldn't open up 100%. And it took a while. But my mom's my world. And I don't think if it wasn't for her faith, and I wouldn't be this far today.
For the next 13
You said her faith, so she did have some type of belief, but you cut her off because y'all was members of different churches.
years, Julie rebuilds her life on the outside, while the Greens stay off the radar. Then in 2015, Julie gets a call from the FBI.
There had been complaints off and on for a number of years. People that had left the group went to the police, gave statements.
The FBI needed somebody with knowledge of the inner workings to help them build a solid case.
When I was first approached by the investigators, I couldn't back down because I have friends that they've suffered so much.
Appalling allegations against a New Mexico-based religious group. Investigators say its leader and some of its members have been physically abusing young children for years.
The aggressive Christianity group came to the attention of authorities after a former member filed a missing persons report on his ex-wife Stacy and their 5 sons. When police went to the compound, Stacy admitted that their eldest son Enoch had died in 2014 and was buried on the property. He was only 12 years old.
He was sick. He was never taken to the hospital. He was never given any medical attention at all. He wound up dying. And nobody did anything.
Through the course of the investigation, FBI agents learned of multiple allegations of child abuse, even against children as young as 2.
Among those accusing the Greens of abuse is the young woman who was taken from Uganda 20 years ago.
They say that girl was smuggled in from Uganda as a baby with forged documents. That girl told investigators she was treated like a slave and routinely whipped.
In August 2017, police raid the compound while the group is in their morning meeting.
That's good. That's good. Go ahead and stand up for me.
Police arrested Generals Deborah and Jim Green, as well as several other members of the group.
When Deborah was finally arrested, they had her on the ground and she turned around and said, "Can you please tell me what this is about?" He asked what this is about. They know what they've done.
Or if you click on it once, it'll still be in your history. So, but that's the one. He played it all the way through and listened.
It gave me a sense of closure. I thought, their ministry needed to be stopped, but I never imagined them physically behind bars. It's kind of like it's what they've sown in their life by what they've done.
The pain and suffering that they have put people through is extensive. In spite of what they claim they stand for, it's just tragic that it has gone this far.
Jim and Deborah need to be held accountable for the people they hurt, the families they destroyed. I hope they will never, ever, ever have any influence over people to hurt them again.
See how I get to season 2. Wait a damn minute, I don't know how to work this. Okay. Season 2. Where's season 2? I don't know what this shit. Where'd it go? Season 1. Season 2. Okay, first episode. Of course, the last episode on that one was the Dr. York one. these three, baby Penny, she going over her auntie house tomorrow, so I'm gonna have some time tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna get through 5 episodes. I may get through 5 episodes. I don't know. I'm really trying to hurry up and finish this, but I don't want to rush it. I got some other shit for y'all. It's interesting. All right, this one is called Children of God. So far, out of the 12 courts, 2 have been black. We got this, the last guy that just went off, and then we got Dr. Moore. And we did have Jim Jones, who had a shit ton of nigga followers.
Police found the body stabbed to death.
I felt like I was watching a horror movie.
There was some sick behavior.
Apparently, we were one body all the way, sexual as well.
David Berg was an unquestionable prophet. Death, he told us, was the ultimate orgasm.
My God, I was gonna have to eat germs. Yeah.
The kids and the children of God were to appear grateful for this torture.
Complete and total control was, if you said no, you would be punished. How far will you go for God? How far is too far?
Well, hey everyone. This is Rick, and this is my weapon.
Like for this one, they ain't even showing no picture. They just got for the past. There's no footage for this one for the past since it's been playing.
It's no choice.
Okay, there you go. At first, it was just a thing up there that said this program investigates crimes against minors. So, yep. For the 7th straight row, the 7th straight show in a row, got these men of God willing to mess with children.
Friday, January 7th, 2005. 29-year-old Ricky Rodriguez prepares for battle.
Wow. I'm going to try to do my part because somebody's got to take it on this.
Within 48 hours, police in 2 states discovered 2 gruesome crime scenes.
Police found the body stabbed to death, but sources say Rodriguez left behind a tape explaining his actions.
Some of us are going to be around to see those where they're going down.
Detectives learned that Ricky Rodriguez was the son of one of the world's most infamous cult leaders, David Berg.
Ricky was out for revenge for what happened to him and so many other kids in the Children of God.
I think Ricky is desperate. He lost hope that there could be justice. And I kind of understood why he did it. All of us were victims of Father David.
In the late 1960s, David Berg emerges as a visionary, offering salvation from the impending end of the world.
In just a couple of years, Berg acquired hundreds of followers, including some who became really famous, like River Phoenix. They thought that he was going to be able to save the world.
David Berg said, we'll take you away from this world. We'll take you away from this country. We're going to make a better one.
If you love the Lord, you love others, and you'll try to love them like the Lord loved you. You'll try to save them like Jesus has saved you.
I was a baby when my mom first met the Children of God. Her younger sister had joined, and she introduced her to it.
Christina Babin's mother, Elizabeth, was 21 years old when she starts attending regular prayer meetings in 1975 in her home state of Louisiana.
They did a thing that we like to call love bombing. They would embrace you and hug you and tell you that they loved you. For my mom, it was a very powerful tactic. She felt like that's where she wanted to raise her children.
Christina's mom grew up in a Catholic church. It was very strict, very regimented, and
that when they said Father David, we just having a sleepover, kind of.
here comes David Burke, who was a laid-back, charismatic leader, and it was just completely different than everything she had known.
Quit worrying about tomorrow. All we have to do is follow Jesus. Amen?
Yeah. David Berg was born into an evangelical home in 1919. He traveled with his mother, a devout preacher, who drew big crowds to her fire and brimstone sermons. Berg married Jane Miller in 1944, and they had 4 children together. As he developed,
so being a preacher was in his genes, it's passed down to him.
His own religious ideology.
It took Berg 20 years to find a real following. He took the message away from the church, which was very formal and stuffy, and took this message on the street.
Christina's mom is immediately ready to join Children of God. But her father wants nothing to do with the group and refuses to let 6-month-old Christina and her 2-year-old brother go with Elizabeth.
She came back with the Children of God members. They had a physical tussle and they pulled us out of our dad's arms and took us to the commune. My mom changed our names and he looked for us for a couple years and eventually gave up.
Christina and her family initially settle into a small
she done kidnapped her kids and took them away from the daddy in the name of God, to follow God.
Children of God commune in Colorado.
They de-emphasized fathers and mothers because everybody was your father and mother. Everybody had to be called aunt and uncle. The collective group was your family.
Christina lives in one of the 228 communes spread across the world that are mainly funded by members signing over all their worldly possessions when they join. When Jemima Ferris is born in 1972, her mother was already living with a group of
a white girl named Jemima Ferris? That is unheard of.
devotees in Seattle.
Strangely enough, they got everybody in this family photo face blurred out. Why the fuck would y'all even put this photo up if y'all don't have everybody's picture on there blurred out? It's literally 10 motherfuckers on this picture and all 10 faces are blurred out. What was the purpose of this picture? So we can see the hot dog bun sitting on the table?
My mom met my dad and they were into partying and this bus came through.
It's 1:59.
My dad's friend, he was going to evangelize and my dad said, oh hell no, I'm not going to do that. But my mom, on the other hand, thought it was a great idea. She was pregnant with me and she packed all her stuff the very next day and just up and left. I believe that she thought it would be a good environment to raise a child because of the positive Christian influence. You're supposed to be committed 100% to Jesus.
And to be fully committed to Jesus requires an unwavering devotion to Father David, as he became known, because he was going to save them from the impending apocalypse.
If you don't repent, then you're going to die.
David Berg was always
if you're a human being, then you're going to die. It doesn't matter if you repent, because you're going to die just because you're the only person that was born I can't even say born a human. Or the only human, well, you fucking, yes again, the only person that was born a human that ain't died is Cain. Because, you know, he was forced to walk the earth as his punishment for killing his brother. So he's still alive. Jesus, you know, he had the immaculate conception. He was human. He got killed. Adam was the only one. Everybody else died. Moses, Abraham, all of them. Everybody else died except for Cain. Adam dead, Eve dead. Everybody, except him.
Is prophesying the death of the world, the death of the human race, the death of America. Death, he told us, was the ultimate orgasm.
We lived in constant preparation for the end time. And we were told to get into heaven, you have to fight the battle of Armageddon. And then the moon breaks open and the heavenly city pyramid comes down and sits.
Happy full harvest moon, everyone that looked outside tonight. It's officially fall.
On the earth.
It's a huge pyramid, 1,500 miles wide, coming out of heaven.
As a child, I never had any doubt in my mind about anything because to me, he was God's ordained leader for us.
To spread Berg's message, the group disperses around the world, but Berg maintains his control over them through constant distribution of audio tapes and printed missive.
There were no famous ordained leaders in times.
He would wake up in the morning and they would be playing Father David's words.
And God is the one who's doing this all, and if we follow him, we can't fail.
You would go to bed with somebody reading you from Father David's writings.
The Bible and his writings were all on the same level, to be revered as the words of God.
Father David's devotees are not only required to memorize his words, but they're also charged with sharing his teachings with the world.
I lived in Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Canada, Mexico, Hawaii, Guam, Saipan, Japan, the Philippines. You moved pretty much every 6 months.
By the mid-1970s, Children of God had nearly 3,000 followers working together to support the individual communes and Father David.
They started producing posters and music tapes and videos, so we started selling those door to door.
Kids like Christina spent all day doing God's work, so they didn't go to school. They made some money doing this, but much of it was handed over to David Berg.
Many followers spend hours a day singing and dancing for money and scraps of food. That's how actor and musician River Phoenix gets his first taste of performance. He is about 3 years old when his parents joined Children of God.
They wanted to make an alternate, good life for their kids that wasn't the typical do the same thing everybody else does, the white picket fence kind of life. They obviously had other plans. When they were hurting for money, the parents did kind of push them out onto the street as kids to busk and make a few bucks.
Yeah, that's a very, very big responsibility. And I thought that River definitely held it heavy on him.
I mean, their heart was in the right place, without a doubt. Obviously they were searching for something, but little did you know, there was all this manipulation going on psychologically behind the scenes, and got worse over time.
River Phoenix's family left Children of God in 1977, and by that time, a lot of the damage had already been done. That experience would stick with him for the rest of his life.
Children of all ages are forced to comply with all of David Berg's rules, just like their parents.
Every aspect of your life was controlled and monitored every single day, down to how many pieces of toilet paper you used.
It even includes complete obedience to his most radical decree.
God only has one law. The law of love.
You were supposed to be willing to give your body to anyone that wanted it or desired it.
How far will you go for God? How far is too far?
David Berg's followers are originally drawn to the children of God because of its dedication to saving souls in preparation for the end times.
In the very beginning, it was a very puritanical society where people didn't hold hands, people didn't kiss. But around the time that my mom joined, the leadership started having a double life.
By 1972, Berg's proclamations had started to focus on a new principle. God is love, and love is sex.
Our family, we were one body all the way, sexually as well.
Sex was considered how you showed God's love. It's the ultimate expression of giving, to sacrifice your body. It was give up your wife, become swingers. You should do this for God.
Berg's philosophy of being sexually liberal was likely set around about his own needs rather than an actual thought-out philosophy. But in reality, it was just a cover for his relationship he had started with one of his devotees.
Karen Zerby joined Children of God when she was 23 years old. She catches Berg's eye as his personal secretary, and they start an affair despite the 27-year age difference. Although Berg and his wife Jane remain married, she takes a back seat to Karen before finally leaving the group several years later.
Berg makes Karen his second wife and even names her his queen. But Berg also wanted Karen to go out and share herself with men.
Over the next few years, Zerby becomes the first of what Berg calls his flirty fishers, female members who are commanded to have sex with new recruits in the name of God.
It had originally started as a way to win disciples for Christ.
Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men.
And then after
they believe God called them to be prostitutes.
that, women were told to target influential men. The women were told to go out and have lots of sex, but they couldn't use birth control. And that really worked for Berg because he wanted new members who were raised within Children of God.
When Karen Zerby sleeps with a man she meets in the Canary Islands, it leads to a major development for Children of God in January of 1975, the birth of a boy named Ricky Rodriguez.
We were told that he was the future. He was the heir. He was the prince. He was going to lead us into the end times.
Because all of his other children were grown. With Ricky, Berg saw the opportunity to prepare him from the day he was born, to groom him into exactly what he wanted him to be.
Father David adopts Ricky, deciding to raise him according to some of his increasingly bizarre theories and to document it. The Story of Davidito, a 762-page book about Ricky's early years, was distributed to thousands of followers around the world.
They said, raise your children just like we're raising Ricky. Do what we're doing with him. Ricky was the guinea pig.
At first, the story of David Ito depicted normal childhood activities. But over the years, the images and the stories about Ricky just turned into something truly unimaginable.
Before Ricky is even 5 years old, he falls prey to Father David's obsession with sex.
Ricky was raised by a group of nannies, and they were told to introduce him to sex almost from birth.
The publications in the story of David Ito are expanded into a new doctrine for the younger members, called the Law of Love.
Read this and they thought this was normal. Who published this fucking book? And why didn't they contact authorities?
David Berg's letter came out telling people that anybody could have sex with anybody, no matter the age. I sat in the family meeting in the commune with everybody else reading that, and I knew what it meant, that it was now time for us, children, to be part of this.
Advocate child sex. He's going to advocate child rights.
For us, children.
But this is the actual voice of the pastor guy.
To be part of this.
Advocate child sex. He's going to advocate child rights. Yes.
You were supposed to be available sexually to men. They taught us that it was a privilege. As a 12-year-old, we were placed on sharing schedules, which was just rotation of different men. Once we had a dress-up night and we had a little tent with a fortune teller and a crystal ball. She would look into her crystal ball and you were told your sexual partner for the night. And you were not allowed to say no. If you said no, they would specifically put you with people that you didn't want to be with.
When Christina is placed on the sharing schedule in 1986, she feels she has no choice but to obey.
That night, a couple came and got me and brought me to their bedroom and laid me on the bed and instructed me in the ways of love. Afterwards, I went to their bathroom and I was cleaning myself up and feeling bad about myself that I didn't like it. I thought that there was something wrong with me, that I wasn't right with God.
These children were robbed of their childhood, robbed of their innocence, and they had no one to go to. Because if they did complain, things could get even worse for them.
They made camps that were set up for any teenager that either rebelled or doubted. The lengths that they went to in the prison camps was so far removed from anything that was human. That's when I started feeling that scream inside of me saying this is wrong.
After 11 years in Children of God, 12-year-old Christina Babin begins to question the cult's practices after being repeatedly forced to have sex to fulfill David Berg's commandments.
There was something wrong with my faith, with my spirituality, with how much I believe David Berg.
And she's not alone. By 1986, Children of God has expanded to roughly 10,000 members, and the second generation followers are resisting Berg's teachings.
They needed us on the streets asking for money. And when you let the children out of the compounds, they started becoming dissatisfied and they wanted to nip it in the bud before we wanted out. I was between 11 and a half and 12 when they made camps that were set up for any teenager that either rebelled or doubted. You didn't have to actually do anything bad to end up there.
Christina and her 14-year-old brother are sent away from their commune in Japan and eventually end up in the Philippines, where they will train to become soldiers in Berg's end-time army.
Welcome to a day at the Jumbo. We really love you, and we hope you enjoy yourself.
It was called the Jumbo because it was the biggest compound that they had when I first got there. It was very scary. It was a walled compound with glass and barbed wire with armed guards. I don't know how many people exactly were there. I know at one point, just teenage girls alone, we reached 80 girls. There was no way out. Our passports were confiscated and we were not allowed to leave. I was kept in confinement when I first got there and made to confess over and over and over again, made to fast until they finally thought that I was clean enough to enter the group. You're willing to do anything to get out of there, to be with other people. You'll confess anything that they want you to confess. This was a new form of torture for us.
I didn't think of it as torture at the time. Looking back, of course, I'm like, oh my goodness, what happened to me? But at that moment, it was, what is God trying to teach me? What did I do wrong?
Jemima Ferris is 15 years old when she is sent to the Jumbo. Unlike Christina, her faith is unshaken, but she's sent to several different camps for what the leaders consider her frivolous attitude.
Jemima was in the Philippines with me, and she was such a spunky girl. She was always getting in trouble, always. She was too happy, too funny, too silly, too full of life, and I admired her so much.
I like to laugh and make jokes, and that was not encouraged. I went to the one in Japan and the Philippines and in Thailand. The Philippines was the worst of all. Our schedules were rigorous. Reveille, 6 a.m. They quite literally would make us do calisthenics until we passed out. They've had us in classes trying to get us on board with the revolution for Jesus.
And anyone who doesn't fall in line is severely punished.
They would publicly board you.
It was a common practice, make you confess, make you apologize. And then at the end of this, they would change your name. You're a new person. I saw that it was a system that I had to navigate, so I didn't get in trouble as much as some kids.
But Christina's older brother isn't as lucky.
He was in solitary confinement for 2 months because he had impure thoughts. And they beat him and made him fast. And when I saw him when he got out, they were making them do calisthenics. And he just keeled over and was throwing up. And they just yelled at him, get up, keep going. I felt a lot of grief for what he had to go through. And he was a believer. He hadn't even done anything to deserve this.
Amazingly, the kids were not just expected to tolerate their abuse, but appear grateful for this torture.
We were told by David Berg, crying is manipulation. So we were taught to not cry. We were taught to smile. We smiled on the outside and we cried on the inside.
They were almost encouraged to be cruel. The teen training camps were absolute hell.
When Jemima is 16 years old, she's told she's leaving the jumbo. But she has no say in where she's sent next and spends months moving around different camps before being assigned to a new commune in Thailand. Yet she never considers leaving the cult as an option.
They told us that if you leave, you're going to be drug addicts and prostitutes on the street. I believed 100% that God would punish me if I left.
Christina and her brother have been in the jumbo for a year and a half when all the training camps abruptly close in 1988.
Children of God came under a lot of scrutiny from authorities all around the world. People were starting to try to find out what had happened to family members who had disappeared into the cult, and also people who just lived around these camps and saw what was going on and started asking questions.
14-year-old Christina spends the next few years being shepherded through different communes before ending up in California.
We moved so much in the group so that we wouldn't get roots, so that we would stay very pliable and easy for them to place wherever they wanted.
And while these kids were being abused and constantly uprooted and relocated, Berg and the royal family were living a life of luxury in secret locations around the world.
I think a lot of his credibility came from the fact that he was so shrouded in secrecy. No one was ever allowed to see or know who Berg really was. To me, David Berg was an unquestionable prophet.
Despite the fact that followers never see Father David, he still controls his vast network through his recordings, writings, and local leadership. But in October 1994, devastating news alters the face of Children of God forever.
I was home in Thailand, and I just remember being extremely shocked.
David Berg is dead at the age of 75.
There was a huge fasting and praying and days of mourning, and a lot of us felt like, uh-oh, what are we going to do now?
When David Berg died in the autumn of 1994, his heir, Ricky Rodriguez, is 19 years old and not yet ready to take the reins. So Karen Zerbe, Ricky's mother and Berg's second in command, seizes control of Children of God.
After David Berg died, we were all called down to the meeting and we started reading a letter from Karen Zerbe, which was new instructions and prophecies about how we don't have to be swingers. You don't have to have sex with children. I remember being happy and surprised.
But Karen's letter was just an act for the outside world.
Despite their new official policy, nothing had really changed.
If you love God, you'll love others too. Because loving others is one way you show love to the Lord.
They said, we're only saying this because the world doesn't approve, not because God doesn't want us to do it. It shocked me, and I felt very sad.
Following Berg's death, hundreds of members quit the cult. But 19-year-old Christina feels she has no way of surviving without any money or education until she meets a man with ties to the outside world.
When I met my husband, he was going through the training of becoming a Children of God member. And I was fascinated with this man who had read books and gone to school. And he was such an individual compared to most people that I knew.
When she breaks with cult regulations for perhaps the first time, she has an experience that changes everything.
He told me one morning, we're going to go see my parents. And I was shocked. I said, we can't do that. And he said, oh no, I already have the tickets. They were kind of loosening up some of the rules. So he brought me home. The mom had cooked. Everybody was laughing and arguing and talking, and it was beautiful chaos. And I was amazed. We asked to get married, and the leadership said no. And that was the end for me. When I left, I found people that were kind, people that laughed. I felt so much freedom in that simple act.
While Christina is thrilled to leave, Jemima Ferris remains a devout follower. Then, when she's 27 years old, she's suddenly forced out of the cult.
In the very end of '99, my friend reported me for smoking marijuana, and I got excommunicated. I was in no way prepared to face the world. I was in a lot of shock. I had a hard time understanding what happened. It's actually taken me a long time even to grasp the concept that I also was sexually abused. I was having pill addictions and meth addictions. I was drinking heavily as well. I personally don't know any ex-members that don't self-medicate in some way. The rage just takes over, and that's all you can think about is how angry you are that these people did these things to us.
Berg's vision of raising children without all the hang-ups of sex just ended up creating a whole generation of wounded people. A lot of people believe that River Phoenix is an example of this.
In 1993, 16 years after his family left Children of God, River Phoenix is one of the most famous actors in the world. And although his family rejected Berg's edicts and fled the cult when he was 7, the demons of his past continue to haunt him.
River Phoenix revealed that he had sex for the first time at the age of 4. This would have been when he was still involved with Children of God. Now, he could have turned to drugs for any number of reasons, but his experiences with Children of God couldn't have helped.
On the night of October 30th, 1993, at a club on the Sunset Strip called the Viper Room, River drinks a speedball of heroin and cocaine mixed with alcohol and chases that with a Valium. He dies of an overdose at just 23 years old.
I had heard it on the radio. River had died, and I instantly knew that it was true. He was, he did some things over the years that made me go, wow, okay, got some stuff to work out, bro. Everybody wants to blame drugs for everything, What about what causes people to do drugs in the first place?
Whether it's Christina, Jemima, River Phoenix, Berg's teachings had horrific repercussions on so many of his followers.
Of the hundreds of children subjected to abuse, none is more famous than Ricky Rodriguez. Ricky is 20 years old in 1995, when the once isolated heir apparent receives his mother's permission to travel to the cult's communes around the world. During that trip, the young prince starts to see how different life is for his followers.
Ricky saw that people were poor, but they were giving everything they had over to the leadership. And some of these people were still clinging to the idea that children should be exposed to sex very early.
Ricky was somebody who wanted to make a change, that wanted to do something to help, but he had lost hope.
When his mother refuses to listen to her son's hopes about changing the rules within the cult, Ricky starts to plot his exit. In late 2000, he tells her he's going to England, but instead heads for the United States. He makes his way to the Pacific Northwest, where he stays for several weeks with Jemima Ferris, who just 1 year after leaving the cult is helping former members land on their feet.
When I met him, he was very humble and unassuming, and he just wanted to be normal.
Initially, it seemed like Ricky was doing well. He even married the love of his life, another former member. But he had a lot of deep-seated issues that had a lot to do with his mother, Karen Zerby.
Like David Berg before her, Karen Zerby constantly moves around under a veil of secrecy to protect herself from the outside world. And now, out of the cult, Ricky has no idea where his mother is. Then in 2005, he hears she may be in Tucson, Arizona, and makes his way there.
He felt like if he could find his mother and take her down, that he could put an end to the cult.
There is this need that I have. This need, it's not a want, it's a need. It's a need for revenge. It's a need for justice. Because I can't go on like this.
Ricky Rodriguez, the former heir apparent to the Children of God cult, is determined to make his mother, Karen Zerby, pay for the years of horrific abuse he and other members suffered as minors.
The whole reason he went to Arizona was to try and figure out where his mom was. That was his mission from the beginning.
Karen Zerby's whereabouts are kept hidden for security reasons. So Ricky turns to his mom's former secretary and friend, Angela Smith. And as homicide detective Benjamin Jimenez learns, Angela also played a pivotal role in Ricky's childhood.
Angela Smith had been one of his nannies who was involved in the child abuse.
Angela agreed to talk to Ricky, and the night before they met, he recorded his ominous video.
I'll get one person, that's for sure. My source for information. I'll only have a small window of opportunity to get the information that I need out of this person.
She ended up going to his apartment. I believe Ricky was trying to get information from Angela as to where his mother was. And when he didn't get that information, they had some sort of struggle. There were some defensive cut marks on her arms, stab wounds on her upper torso. And then the final blow was the cut on her neck. The viciousness of it was enough to kill her.
After brutally murdering Angela in Tucson, Ricky gets in his car and drives west.
At some point, Ricky felt that he couldn't go on any longer. He had a sense of right and wrong. He knew he had done wrong.
The next morning, January 9th, 2005, police are called to a driveway in Blythe, California, 300 miles away from Tucson.
An employee saw that someone possibly could be sleeping in the vehicle, and the employee went out to check on the vehicle and saw Ricky laying there with blood on his head.
29-year-old Ricky Rodriguez is found dead in his car from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
In California, that nigga was hauling ass.
We had gone on vacation for my friend's birthday, and both of us checked our voicemails as soon as we got home, and we had voicemails saying that Rick was dead. It was difficult to accept that this had actually happened.
I remember hearing about Ricky dying on the news. I just couldn't believe my ears. The prince was gone. It felt like such an end. This is not just final for him. This is final for the whole group.
Zerby had convinced authorities that the cult had changed its ways. But the murder-suicide shined a new light on the horrors that were committed in the name of God.
I reached out to the FBI, talked to a few detectives. These crimes were done overseas. Most of the time, we didn't know our own address. There's no paper trail to follow. It's difficult to prove what country I was in at what time. I have very little hope that there will be justice. My goal is to educate. My goal is to not be their dirty little secret anymore.
The biggest relief for us is just being able to decide for ourselves. I've been out for 18 years and I'm just now learning that I can choose who I allow into my life.
Just because somebody has been victimized, that does not mean that we are victims.
Renamed the Family International, the cult continues to exist today under the leadership of Karen Zerby. From its height of 13,000 members, today it claims only 1,700. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first episode in season 2. Thank y'all for hanging out with me for 4 hours. We got 3 more episodes tomorrow. I think we're done. Well, no, we're not done. I'm going to have to sneak it. I'm going to figure it out. We may do our forum tomorrow. We out this piece though, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Whole team shining, we stars, big dipper. Get a lot of haystack gang in the sippers. Niggas ain't real, nigga. You gotta feel me, nigga. Smile in my face behind my back, you're trying to kill me, nigga. You say you got beef, then what you wanna do? You screaming, fuck me, nah, nigga, fuck you. You ain't hard at me. Couple kick dough, couple robbery. Nigga get extorted, get aborted, he don't pay the fee. Posted in the north, got the 2 to 4 recipe. I be cooking chicken bit, not talking rotisserie. I got all my hater mad, I know that they sick of me. Who the fuck he think he is? Motherfucker MB3, I honestly pay him no attention. They up under me. Haters call me Visa cause I'm everywhere they wanna be. Ladies, man, catch me with more honeys than a bumblebee. Say she got a husband, but she always wanna suck the D. State gang, true sipper, who these nigga wanna be. I've been getting money since a younger. I've been pushing peace, stay strapped. Gotta watch your back when you're in the streets. Friends turn to foes, never know who your enemy. I was in Detroit, he ain't keep the same energy. West side down the slide, I don't think he feeling me. I was on some demon time, nigga talking about killing me. Then no business, let's see all that shit that you gon' do to me. Come outside, why you scared? I thought that you been a G. We don't bluff, we pulling up, we different down in Tennessee. Riding through the city, I'm with it, I got my 9 car. Memphis really fitted, let's get it, I got the game locked. Green and white square, been serving them on the same block. Dime piece with me, she foreign, she come from Bangkok. Riding through the city, I'm with it, I got my 9 car. Memphis really fitted, let's get it, I got the game locked. Green and white square, been serving them on the same block. Dime piece with me, she foreign, she come from Bangkok. I got an old school bitch, call her Aretha. Shawty so fine, shawty she a keeper. Smoke that reefer, preferred by the quarter. I do this for my kids, my sons and my daughter. Get treated like a king. Hoes call me sire. One look like Lotto, the other look like Maya. My plug, he ain't playing, he only talking them numbers. I cop it, whip it, and ship it. My money come in bundles. Different flavors of kush, orange, grape, and apple. If a nigga trap me, it's gonna be a disaster. Dope money and bitches, pimp robbers and snitches. It's all in my hood. My homies say that I'm gifted, I really can't complain. Shit starting to change, a product of my environment. Tell me who can I blame? Neck like a glacier, bought my shawty a bracelet. Money go get her, that's why these niggas be hating. Riding through the city, I'm with it. I got my 9 car, Memphis really fitted. Let's get it. I got the game locked. Green and white squares, been serving them on the same block. Dime piece with me, she foreign, she come from Bangkok. Riding through the city, I'm with it. I got my 9 car, Memphis really fitted. Let's get it. I got the game locked. Green and white squares, been serving them on the same block. Dime piece with me, she foreign, she come from Bangkok. Riding through the city, I'm with it. I got my 9 car, Memphis really fitted. Let's get it. I got the game locked. Green and white squares, been serving them on the same block. Dime piece with me, she foreign, she come from Bangkok. Riding through the city, I'm with it. I got my 9 car, Memphis really fitted. Let's get it. I got the game locked. Green and white squares, been serving them on the same block. Dime piece with me, she foreign, she come from Bangkok.